And we'll commence with the Board of Douglas County Commissioners, May 6, in the year of our Lord 2021. And Mr. Sam Taylor from the DA's office will lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Happy post Cinco de Mayo to everybody. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comments periods will be allowed in individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairperson. It is the request that members of the public provide public comment on those items and of those agenda items when they are being considered. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker and a matter over which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. It is requested that the public comment be respectful, deferring to the viewpoints, and that our individuals do not engage in personal attack on or be disruptive, and they remain orderly as we conduct the meeting. In addition to public comments, the public comments will be also taken in the following agenda items when they are discussed by the board: items 7, 8, and 9. At this time, public comment will be taken. These items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment is now open.
Good afternoon, Lynn Muzzy. A recent Nevada appeal article, West Prepares for Possible First Water Shortage Declaration, reported that the man-made lakes that store water supplying millions of people in the West are projected to shrink to historic lows in the coming months, dropping to levels that could trigger the federal government's first ever official shortage declaration and prompt cuts to Arizona and Nevada. Quote, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's models project that Lake Mead will fall below 1,075 feet for the first time ever in June 2021, the level that prompts a shortage declaration. The Penzel-Walsh-Rice Board of County Commissioners indulged their special friends in the development community, allowing mega projects that have clogged our roads with traffic and strained our aquifer. California greenies are not helping. They have been diverting reservoir water to replenish rivers instead of aquifers, sending stored snowmelt from mountain dams to the Pacific Ocean to protect the Delta smelt. Former Commissioner Larry Walsh sent out this mass email on April 28th. Water conservation and preservation should be at the top of the state Republican platform and should be an issue to be addressed in the gubernatorial primary election next year. End quote. I've had discussions about the importance of water quality, but that is not what this study is about. It's about the threat to quantity and the hard consequences the feds may impose on population centers. It's imperative that Douglas County recognize this worsening drought as a crisis and declare an emergency that would indefinitely postpone or cancel housing developments that were recklessly approved by the prior board. Do not let the threat of a lawsuit stop you. We gathered enough signatures to put the 2,500 park project to a vote of the people of Douglas County. DA Attorney Doug Ritchie found plenty of time to team up with Parks Attorney to convince a judge to prevent that vote. The DA's office has a demonstrable excess time and capacity to defend any decision you make. Thank you.
Jerry Turner. I'm here today for concern of our kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids' futures. Our country and countries around the world are under attack since 1954, World War III, using silent weapons on us. Read the book Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, who was murdered for its contents. Read the book Sustainable by Tom DeWeese, how the globalist money barons who own and control the United Nations and Agenda 21 plan sustainable development to destroy, then rebuild the globalist new society, completely under the globalist evil control. In turn, controls our governments, agencies, non-governmental organizations through zero gaps, controls our federal, state, county, city, and town associated boards and incorporated governments locally, without informing the general public stealthily in our own dominion. Read the book COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab, the greatest Trojan horse book I've ever read. The issues and consequences are real, but not the reasons for the fake pandemic and the COVID-19 platform and in UN Agenda 21. A scam global financial and banking failure by banks and governments to be blamed on the virus, COVID-19, instead of the thieves responsible, to reset everything anew and start an illegal scam all over again. COVID-19, the Great Reset, without the general public's knowledge. More money is printed, which lowers the value of the dollar in your pocket. Inflation, prices rising, with fractional banking creating more currency in the corrupt system. The taxpayers pays and has cost for the new fiat money in many ways. The globalists want for the money that the federal counterfeiters print that you pay for to get social expectations and political control, controlling everyone's lives, wealth, and all resources and energy. To know some of those money-baron globalists are, read David Icke's book, The Trigger, Part 2. The money-baron elite cult controlling law, judges, business, corporations, countries, federal, state, county, city, and towns, corporatocracies, government by corporation under the Roman law of lex fori, through illegal laws, codes and statutes, the illegal sense, the Act of 1871, and the subcorporations, through illegal laws and grant bribery.
Thank you, Jerry. Time's up.
Let me continue to the second public comment. How did the light went out? I never touched the mic.
I turned it off. I have access to turn them off.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want the general public to know what's going on?
I turned it off when your time was up, sir. Thank you.
Virginia Starrett. I've sent in something that I think is in the packet about items that are on the agenda for this meeting that have to do with the airport. And in that material that I sent in, I requested that items B and C that are listed in the consent calendar be pulled because of different factors that occurred prior to today having to do with the Airport Advisory Committee and those documents that are on the agenda that are up for approval by the County Board of Commissioners. I really don't want to get into that. The packet explains my problem with those documents, But I really wanted to point out to the commissioners that I think there's a problem with the Airport Advisory Committee in itself, in its mission, in how it's either defined or handled. As before I applied to be a member of that commission, I was told by people who had actually been on the commission previously that the commission accomplished nothing, and that the commission was useless, and that there really was probably no reason for the commission to exist. And then, when I read the definition of what the commission is supposed to do and actually attended a meeting, I discovered that there's probably a greater need for a commission than anyone ever imagined, because it does not seem to me that the airport is actually meeting its obligations as far as its own contract, and also that the way the meetings are being conducted, nothing of any value is actually being presented to the Airport Advisory Committee as if it needed advice or that there was any advising happening between the committee and the commission. So what I would say today is I would really appreciate if the board would either affirm that at some point that the commission has a mission to do, and make that clear, or perhaps reconsider the commission as a whole. I think it's very necessary, and I think our airport is a jewel, and I think that the more information that passes between the airport management and the commission, the better. But I'm not sure that it's functioning like that now, and I'd like to see it actually made to be an effective committee. Thank you.
If I may, real quick, because Ms. Starrett indicated as a member of the public she'd like to pull items B and C from consent calendar, and because a member of the public is authorized to do so, I would say that that would constitute a pulling of those two items.
Ms. Starrett, do you want to pull these for a further date, a further board meeting, or just have them put into the?
Normally, they just go into the administrative calendar, Mr. Chair.
I do think that they should not be on the consent calendar. So whether a discussion happens today or at a future meeting about the process that went forward on these two documents, I think there needs to be some discussion of that. Thank you.
In view of what was just heard, those items should be pulled for a further, more in-depth discussion at the next board meeting. This will give everybody an opportunity to pull more information together. So items B and C will be pulled until the next board meeting.
Yeah, it just says that if you look at the consent calendar, Sam Taylor for the record, by the way, Douglas County DAs, it just says when items are pulled from the discussion from the consent calendar, they will automatically be placed at the beginning of the administrative agenda or may be continued until another meeting. So it would be up to the board to determine which of the two it preferred.
Any members of the board have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It sounds to me like the airport committee needs to be audited, and we could stick the audit committee on them to find out what they're supposed to be doing and what they're not doing.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Rice.
I move that we take up items B and C at a future meeting.
Commissioner Gardner.
I'll second it. Point of order. We're not to that item yet for the approval of the consent calendar. We're still on the approval of the agenda or taking public comments. So I would imagine that motion would be appropriate when we go to approve the consent calendar, but I don't know if we're stepping ahead right now in that regard to where we are on the agenda.
Well, that's correct. We're trying to establish what was presented and in what direction we should go, and an understanding by Ms. Starrett if this is the direction she was suggesting. So we'll pick that up when we approve the consent calendar. Is there any further public comment? Natalie, any public comment on Zoom?
Natalie Wood for the record. We do have multiple people participating through Zoom. Those of you that would like to do public comment for opening public comment at this time, please raise your hand. I do have 2 callers that I'll start with to give the other participants time to raise their hand if they have opening public comment. Okay, first caller, no response.
Hello?
Hi, do you have
Hello?
opening public comment at this time?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state and spell your name for the record, and then I'll start the timer.
Yeah, it's John Bourne. It's spelled Johnborn.
Okay, go ahead and start.
Okay. Hello, board. My name is John Bourne. I'm a longtime owner in Douglas County. I've actually I'm commenting on the short-term rental issue that you guys have on the agenda today, and I'm very concerned about the way you guys are going about it. I have had my property, and I've been short-term renting for about 20 years, and I've never had a problem. I don't have an issue. I respect my neighbors, and I love Lake Tahoe, and I love sharing Lake Tahoe with other people. And like I said,
Sir,
I respect my
John?
neighbors, and I
John,
never
can you
had
hear
a
me?
problem
Yeah,
that
we'll have to
hasn't
move
been
this
able to
to-
be.
Sorry about that, sir. We do have public comment on this item, so when we get to that item, you can take public comment on it. Item number 7. So if you want to stay on the call when we get to that item, right now is opening public comment for any item that's not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the board. Okay, do we have any additional public comment for opening public comment at this time? Okay, I don't see any hands raised on Zoom. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish the business in the most effective manner, and to continue 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do we have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I move that we accept the agenda as written.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to approve the agenda by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying...
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we were going to be removing items B and C from the agenda,
Wes, that's under
from the consent calendar.
It's okay here. That's when we get to here. What? That's when we get to here. The consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Adjourn. Approval of the previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the April 1, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
yes, I move for the approval of the draft minutes of April 1st, 2021, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. The board will now adjourn as county commissioners and continue as the Douglas County Liquor Board. For possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Christopher Scott Frankie to the existing unrestricted on-site and packaged retail liquor license for the Clear Creek Hospitality, LLC, DBA Clear Creek Tahoe. Christopher Scott Frankie has signed the waiver of notice and hearing. Captain Michigarian, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
This applicant has completed the required paperwork, has passed the background check, has paid the applicable fees, and we are not in objection to this application.
Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the addition of Christopher Scott Frank to the existing unrestricted on-site and packaged retail liquor license for Clear Creek Hospitality, LLC, doing business as Clear Creek Tahoe.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
The commission will now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Now we're getting into the consent calendar. Items appearing on the consent calendar, items that can be adopted with one motion unless the item is pulled by a commissioner or by a member of the public. Members of the public who wish to have a consent item placed on the administrative agenda shall make the request during the public comments section at the beginning of the meeting and specifically state why they are making the request. When items are pulled for the discussion, they will be automatically placed at the beginning of the administrative agenda or may be continued until another meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
At this time, I would ask that item B and C be pulled from the consent calendar and sent back to the Airport Advisory Commission for further study and approve all other items A through M, once again minus B and C.
I would request that item G be pulled as well. So we have three items, B, C, and G.
Mr. Chair, you may want to just ask Mr. Gardner if he minds if you amend his motion.
Oops, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Yes, I would move for the approval of the consent calendar minus items B and C, which should be moved back to the Airport Advisory Board, and item G, which would then come to us on the administrative calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No opposition. The motion carries 5-0.
Item G first.
We weren't anticipating that being pulled.
Okay, Ms. Willoughby?
She's on Zoom. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Carrie Willoughby for the record, yes.
We're on the consent calendar, and I requested that item G be pulled for discussion on the administrative calendar. And the question is, there were 3 or 4 items that were discussed of having this money allocated to those entities. The question is, do we have this money, could it be allocated for the JLEC fund?
Terry Willoughby for the record. These items are cleanup items that were, 2 items were contracts that were approved by the board previously, and this was to clean up funding. This money is from greater than anticipated consolidated tax revenue. We have allocated money for the JLEC facility in the capital improvement project for next fiscal year.
Okay, this item is for possible action. And Ms. Willoughby has answered the question. Discussion to adopt Resolution 2021R-39, augmenting the county's general fund budget in various departments and accounts in the amount of $1,169,214. And I think Ms. Willoughby has answered the question. Was there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Gardner?
I would at this time move to adopt Resolution 2021R-039, augmenting the county's general fund budget in various departments and accounts in the amount of $1,169,214.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move on to the administrative calendar. Item number 1. For presentation only by the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates and the American Wild Horse Campaign on the Wildlife Wild Horse Habitat Development Campaign. Ms. Geoff, is that correct? Geoff, you have the floor.
There I am. Thank you so much for allowing us to introduce you to our program in the Pine Nut Wild Horses out in the Fish Springs area. My name is Mary Siafi. I'm president of the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates, and we are working on our presentation. Got it? There you go. So I'm sure some of you, most of you, are familiar with our program out in the Fish Springs area, where we have an entire, which way do I go? That one? Thank you. Thanks, I'm not good at this part. The Fish Springs wild horses are loved by so many of our local community, and they're managed by the Carson City District Office of BLM in our gorgeous Carson Valley, as you all know. They have a ton of community support, as well as an international following. I'm not sure how many of you have been on our Facebook page, but we have over 60,000 regular followers from countries all over the world. And our donations also come in where they would like to see our program be successful that we've been working on trying to reduce the reproduction rate. I don't know if I can read this because I got a little thing in here, so I'm gonna have to guess it. So support for the Fish Springs Wild Horse in this community is strongly bipartisan. I can't even stress to you how important that is in this community, with broad stakeholders' consensus that they should be maintained in their historic habitat. I'm not sure how many of you have been here for decades like I have, but years ago at the Record Courier, we had Linda Monahan, who used to write an article for the Record Courier, and she always talked about our wild horses in Fish Springs, and she always talked about how many there were back then, and then we got down to maybe 30 or 40, but at one time we had about 400 out there. This support includes the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, which passed your proclamation in January of 2020, which we appreciated greatly. The Carson Valley business community, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Tourism Board, many local businesses, and the area's livestock permittee, the Bentley Ranch, are in support of the wild horses. More support is offered by adjacent Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BIA landowners, along with local and national wild horse protection groups, the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates, and the American Wild Horse Campaign. So PZP, you've probably read in the paper and heard in the articles that we provide PZP fertility control to our horses out there. Porcine zona pellucida is derived from, I'm going to kick that word, it's just made out of pig ovaries is what it's made out of. They take it from the slaughterhouse so no animals are killed in the process. It causes an immune response in the mare that blocks fertilization of the egg by the sperm. PZP is reversible and does not affect the mare's hormonal system. Since PZP works through the mare's immune system, it's safe for pregnant and lactating mares. And the safety and efficacy of the PZP vaccine has been documented through a 30-year history of use in the wild horses and other wildlife species. You know, I know, we read this stuff and we wonder if it's true, but in our horses out there, I have used PZP now for several years, and I can tell you I have darted pregnant mares and mares with foals at their side, and we see absolutely no side effects. Mares that are pregnant that we dart, they safely foal again the next year. Every mare on the range has received a primer, every mare on our range, and a booster vaccine. Even the seasonal bands will only pass through every once in a while have been darted with the vaccine. In 2020, we had an 81% reduction in the reproduction rate. As of 2021, we only had one foal on the ground. That was when I wrote this. Looks like that one foal got taken down by a mountain lion, so as of right now, we have no foals on the ground. She was born to a mare in a seasonal band that comes in for the last 2 years, about the month of March. And we darted all of those mares with a primer. By the time we got all 4 of the mares in that band, one of them was already pregnant. So she was born from, that foal was born to a mare from a seasonal band. She only stays on the range here for a few weeks, and then they leave and go back to the east. Each mare can be treated for approximately $70 for their first vaccine, and because they need the primer and the booster, and then $35 for every year after that. The cost is much more fiscally responsible than rounding up and stockpiling horses at the taxpayer's expense, particularly when wild horses can and should be managed humanely on the range. Every mare, oops, we didn't push over. There we go. The history of our Fish Springs water, I know most of you know that we provide water out there. Historic water tanks were at the end of Windmill, and actually not just the end of Windmill, there were tanks on a couple of ranches that were there for several years. So one of the guys out there says that he has watered the horses for over 21 years. So we have years of providing volunteer support to haul water in by truck and put them in the troughs. We have 17 volunteers on our water team, and we've consistently held 17 volunteers for a couple years now. Zorro's Pond, which is one of the ponds out there that was originally created by the sheep herders, it's a seasonal pond that the wild horses use in the spring. And there's also springs, Buckeye Creek and Pine Nut Creek out in that area. I've been driving out there for the last 2 weeks. I put 17 miles of Jeep trails the other day and found springs that I never even knew existed. So historically, those seasonal livestock ponds have been used by the wild horses. So we also, wait for that to click on. If you all recall, a couple years ago at the end of 2019, we had 21 horses removed, caused quite a controversy in the state. But we're committed to the future of any of the horses that are on that range. We've watched them since the day they were born. So anytime they're removed, we search for adopters. And for the individual horses or sanctuaries, those 21 horses, every one of them went to a sanctuary, and they got to stay in their family bands. We strive to keep the family bands together always. We also funded their gentling. We don't really go to put them under saddle. People can do that, but it takes quite some time and talent to get them to where they're halter break when they've been raised in the wild. We pay for their vet care, their hoof care, and transportation until they're settled into their new homes. None of the 21 horses that were removed in 2019 were pregnant, so that made it possible for sanctuaries to really want them. Normally when they adopt 11 horses, they end up with 21 horses a year later. So here are the concerns. At one time, Mr. Tertanian had mentioned that he'd like to see solutions. So here are the issues that we seek solutions for. The off-road vehicle use has scarred the landscape quite bad on the Fish Springs Range. We're not quite sure what the solution is for that, but we're certainly working at it. The drivers drive off-road and they establish new trails all the time, tearing up the vegetation and the habitat, driving over little birds' nests and reptiles and other animals. So we're trying to figure out a way to keep people on the main Jeep trails. Residential watering and community education. We do our best to educate the community. It's been a little challenging the last couple years since we couldn't have public meetings, but we do brochures that we send out to the public, everyone in the Fish Springs, Ruin, Stroff, East Valley areas. We obtain property owners' permission for fencing, so sometimes there's like holes in the fence where we try to keep the horses out of the residential areas, so we pay to fence off areas that can perhaps stop the horses from going into those residential areas. There's seasonal horse activity on the roadways. We obviously would love the Sheriff's Office and the Road Department to work for us for solutions on that one, instead of contacting the BLM, which we all know just results in the horses being removed. And it's a temporary problem, usually only lasting for a few weeks in the fall. Fire fuel mitigation is seen by the wild horses grazing on the highly flammable cheatgrass. As I talk to the residents out there, even the people that live out there that don't even care about the wild horses, they want them there to keep the grass grazed down so that they have less fire danger. BLM partnership with advocates on the land management solutions through a memorandum of understanding. We've been working on this for years now. We still don't have a final agreement. We are certainly hoping that we can reach a solution with our local BLM guy, which is coming to talk to you next. Working with the BLM to reinstate the HMA boundaries to include our Fish Springs wild horse habitat. In 1971, when Wild Horse Annie was when this entire thing came into law, the herd management areas were created wherever the horses were standing at that time. And it included all of Fish Springs and quite some land after that. A few years back, I think it was in the 80s, they took that HMA status away. Our horses are only protected if they're in an HMA. So we have asked the BLM to reinstate a portion of that HMA, not all of it, because right now there's some valuable sage grouse habitat there that needs to be protected. We like sage grouse too. So we're just asking for like the Fish Springs area and the area where our horses are normally residing. So I'm going to turn this over to Greg Hendrick from the American Wild Horse Campaign.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Greg Hendricks, and I'm with American Wild Horse Campaign. I'm their local Director of Field Operations, and my background is range management, wildlife biology, formal training, and project management. I wanted to share with you another solution that we're working on, and it's a broad solution for this area. The American Wild Horse Campaign Land Trust partnering with the Bentley Family Limited Liability Corporation, has leased 640 private acres out in the Fish Springs area. And this is in a project status where we'll be looking to develop habitat for wildlife and wild horses. By habitat, a lot of what we're facing today with the fires and the drought, we're losing a lot of our habitat and we don't have a lot of funds to bring it back. What we're doing here is we're making a first step to bring some habitat back for wildlife and for wild horses. We're doing that by proposing a year-round water source utilizing existing seasonal ponds, and these ponds again will be available for all the wildlife to use. Oftentimes you see special interest groups, guzzlers, stock tanks. You limit the use of the water. These will be 2 ponds that'll be available for all wildlife to use. The parcel will become an instrumental supply of water year-round, and we're hoping that it'll also allow the Bureau of Land Management to open the door to bring this area back as a formal management area, or horse management area is what they refer to them as. Barry? That's okay. So the wild horses have been out in the Pine Nut Range for probably over 100 years. And I'm fortunate enough, I live right next to the Pine Nut Range in the north. And they've basically combined with wildlife, with recreation, the BLM permittee, as well as all of the ecotourism that they bring into the area. The area that we're looking at right now is 2 historical ponds that were actually developed during the periods where sheep ranchers were actually out in that area, probably the Bordas. And these ponds were seasonal, meaning that they hollowed out, clay base, and they fill up with rainwater and melt from the snow during the early spring. Unfortunately, these seasonal ponds don't last long, and by about this time, they've dried up. And with our drought conditions, we're seeing more and more need for some water in our areas to allow these wildlife and horses to be able to distribute their utilization so they don't concentrate on one water source. So in doing our project, we're planning to drill a well and pipe from this well via a solar well into these ponds and keep them in a constant state, meaning as the pond goes down, we'll have sensors that'll trigger that will actually generate the pump to go on and fill them up. So there'll be constant water out there for these animals. The nice thing about this, again, is that there's an awful lot of animals that use these ponds right now. And we have a lot of use that occurs at night from the wildlife, and lots of documentation from one of my friends, John Humphrey, a wildlife photographer. So the year-round water, again, is essential for the animals, and this is going to be a project that's good for all the animals. Everybody gets a drink. Thank you. So really, this is kind of an innovation because right now a lot of our habitat hasn't really been invested in just because of lack of money. And this private donation effort is going to return our habitat as a solution for real range management. And some of the benefits that we're going to see from this water development is going to move the wildlife and the wild horses further away from the residents. And that'll avoid the possibility of having residential nuisance situations and complaints. In addition, we're going to have better distribution, again, getting them away from existing water sources and moving them into areas that really are showing almost no use right now. And so that'll help disperse them and keep us from having these, what they call sacrifice areas now. The last element is that, again, 2 seasonal ponds are very natural for wildlife. So lizards and mice and rabbits, everybody gets a drink. Go ahead. And I'm almost done. So really, the answer here is a solution for wildlife and for everybody that uses the range, and that's including our wild horses that are historical. One of the biggest complaints I think a lot of people say is that, horses will hog the water, but that usually only happens when you only have limited amount of water out there. And when you have seasonal water, that can happen if you have year-round water that's consistent, like this project's going to give us. That won't happen because horses drink and they move on. They have another option, and that's to go eat, and that's what they really like to do. So this will be, again, a solution where we'll have year-round water. It's consistent, and it'll really help our wildlife condition and help us get through some of these really difficult times that we're facing right now with our drought and our fires. And this would indicate that I'm done. So living together in Fish Springs, I just wanted to thank the commissioners for letting us share these projects and some of the solutions that we have in the works toward managing wildlife and specifically wild horses on the range. Thank you.
Do they have any questions?
Questions?
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad?
Right, how many wells were you planning to drill here?
It would just be one. One well, and then two pipelines. Yeah.
Any idea of the amount of water you need per year?
We estimate that we would need about 3 acre-feet, and we have allocated 4 just as an extra cushion.
And the area where this would be going in, is it anywhere near the ranchos?
It would be about 1.5 miles to the northeast of Windmill.
As you know, we've been in a drought condition for at least 15 years. We do not get a replenishment that we expected. This year, the snowpack was estimated to be 65% of normal. And judging from what's going to be coming on here in the future, water is going to be a very, very important issue. And I don't want to put anything bad on the horses, but if it gets down to the point of choice between people and horses, I'm going to fall on the side of people.
That's understandable. I think, based on the design of the project, we're utilizing what I refer to as a minimalist type of a program. Again, the ponds will only fill when they reach a level where they're down where we need to, again, resupply them. So we're not wasting water. Again, this is all designed to maximize efficiency, and the ponds are small. We're talking probably a 20 by 20 area, so we're trying to limit the evaporation as well.
Yes. One more thing. Is there any, you say this thing's going to be automatic. It's going to be solar driven. What are you using for a sensor to detect how far the water's gone down? Is it like a toilet?
It's a pressure sensor, and this was designed by an engineer firm out of Reno, Robinson Engineering. And so the sensor will trigger, it'll basically, there'll be a sensor in each of the ponds, and the back pressure will trigger whether the water turns on or not. And so with that, it'll be able to flip from one pond to another depending on which one needs the water.
Thank you.
Just to address one more item, we won't be using more water. We already deliver water to that area by truck. So we'll be using, the horses aren't going to drink more just because there's a well there. So that water now is coming from local wells surrounding that area. So it'll still be pulling water from the same aquifer. You won't be using any additional water.
And for how many years have you been trucking it in?
I believe it started in 2014.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Chiaffi and Mr. Hendricks, I really appreciate this presentation. When we had BLM come before us in January, talking about the wild horses, I was very eager, as you know, to bring your presentation to this board, not only to educate us, but also to educate the public. I wanted those people who are watching online and the other public needs to know what efforts, wonderful efforts you folks are taking care of our wild horses in the Pine Nuts area. And as I appreciate what Mr. Nosad says regarding water, the other observation is that without that water source out there, these animals, whether they be horses, mountain lions, coyotes, what have you, are going to seek forage and water and subsistence. And so they're going to be drawn into our residential neighborhoods more and more and more as this drought continues, if we don't have this source of water out deep into the pine nuts to take care of those needs. However, of course, the drought also brings lack of vegetation for forage, and that's another concern that we have to take a look at, and I hope that can be addressed. But your efforts through the pregnancy mitigation are extraordinary and recognized not only throughout this county, but the world, and I applaud you for that. And I hope we can continue that process of making sure that our mayors out there can stay in, what do they call it, non-impregnated, right? Not sure. Anyways, not fertile and taking care of and managing that the possible population growth. Of course, every time we take horses off of the range and put them into there's a great facility up in Carson City that takes these wild horses and actually trains them on a regular basis, and then has adoption processes on a quarterly basis. I've attended those, and those are marvelous programs as well. But anyways, I appreciate what you bring to the table. I appreciate what you're doing in this regard. And if we had an opportunity to renew that resolution supporting your efforts, I would certainly be in favor of doing that as a Board of Commissioners. But I salute you for your efforts, and thank you for coming forward with this.
My mic on. There we go. Sorry. One of the things I just wanted to clarify, like we've been watering these horses since 2014. The reason that we started watering the horses is because the residents were watering them in the neighborhood. As you know, Fish Springs has grown quite a bit. So they were luring the horses to the center of the neighborhood. So we knocked on doors, talked to the local residents. They took out their water tanks. We put our water tanks in. So even prior to 2014, when we were watering, there was a large stock tank at the end of Windmill on the second ranch there. So the horses were always coming in for water prior to this. Secondly, the 21 horses that were removed on Thanksgiving of 2019, this is just off the subject of just wild horses, but just being fiscally responsible. Those 21 horses, had they gone into the BLM facility and stayed in long-term housing, they would have cost the taxpayers $1 million over their life. $1 million for those 21 horses. And the BLM has tried to round up all 84 of ours. We can feed them out there. We don't even feed, I'm sorry. They can eat out there. We don't feed wild horses. They can eat out there for free and not cost the taxpayers anything and do fire reduction. So I just wanted to throw that one in. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wanted to reiterate, or at least go along with what Commissioner Gardner said, and just congratulate you on putting together such a great presentation and a great program. When we had our first meeting, we discussed, how difficult the situation is, and how it's hard to find real good solutions. I think you've got a great step in going in that regards, and I certainly applaud your efforts. I also want to say that if we're short of water, we're not going to save Douglas County residents by eliminating water for some horses. We need to find a more better solution to the water shortage than worrying about if some horses are taking some of it. But again, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very nice to hear.
Thank you.
The horse is a noble animal and is instrumental in our history since the beginning of recorded history. And what you folks are doing is noble as well, to protect these animals. Horses are great. They're majestic. The only thing I don't like about it is when they step on my foot. they're just they're a lot of fun, and they're fun to watch. What you folks are doing is absolutely marvelous. And, you brought up about the ATVs, and when BLM talks, I got a few questions to ask them about ATVs, because they not only cause trouble for you guys, but they also do other things out there. And I have a question for Greg, for you. And this is, I'm just curious because, this is going to be a tough water season. We don't know whether it's going to get better next season or what's going to happen, but all of the Southwest is in a serious situation. And of course, the animals out there, they will suffer and get stressed by this as well. Just out of curiosity, do you know the depth of the well that you're putting in out there?
There's never a guarantee as to how far you have to go to hit water, but there's an abandoned well not far away that was about 86 feet down, and it's mudded in now, but it has moisture. So we anticipate, because we're on a hill, because we're using a gravity feed to go down, we're probably going to be about 200 feet.
Thank you very much. It's interesting information, because everything out in that Pine Nut and Fish Springs, Ruinsthroff, I know guys that built back in the late 90s, they were down 10 feet. Now they're down a couple hundred. So we're facing a serious situation, as was brought up by Mr. Muzzy, and we've been seeing in the press, and those animals are going to need your help. So everybody here supports what you guys are doing, and anything at all that we can do, please, come to these meetings, let us know how you're doing. Thank you.
We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
The average home uses 1,800 gallons of water a day. The majority of the year, we provide these horses with 300 gallons a day. In the winter, we don't provide them with any because they don't need it, so it's not very often that we put water out there. And at the very peak, when the temperatures go into the hundreds, we'll add 700 gallons a day to the water tanks. So that's still not even half of what you would use at a regular household. Thank you.
Commissioner Nosad?
In response to what you just said, 300 gallons per day per horse?
300 gallons.
Per
Remember,
day.
they're getting water from other sources as well. They've really used the pond, or the area where we're putting the water tanks, and we're there. Well, they only use that part of the time and part of the day. They don't stay still very long, so they'll travel from one water source to the other. Pine Nut Creek has quite a bit of water in it year-round.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wondered, do you know how many gallons are in an acre foot?
I used to.
365,000.
Yeah.
So your consumption, your estimate pumping of 3 to 4 seems more reasonable now that I see what the horses are going to actually be sucking up.
Thank you.
Well, horses, it's all the other critters out there that are going to need a drink too.
By the way, we have a new herd of antelope out there, if you haven't heard that. We have antelope and mule deer, but there's a beautiful herd of antelope. If you want to go jeeping, you can find them out there in the morning. Thank you so
Folks,
much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the information and the wonderful work that you're doing. So keep us up to date. Thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 2 for presentation only. Update from the BLM Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management. It'll be from the district office, the activities in Douglas County. Mr. Cullum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me today and scheduling me in this slot, opportunistic. And my name's Ken Collum. I'm with the BLM out of the Carson City District office, and I'm the district manager. This is kind of an overview of and an update of where we are. Painted Rock Mine, the environmental assessment. We now have an MOU with Douglas County for the Johnson Lane area drainage project, which that is not quite Painted Rock, but we do have that MOU, and I'm reviewing that. Back to Painted Rock, BIA is lead agency, and BLM and Douglas County are official cooperating agencies. The contractor was hired by Knox Excavating, and they're preparing the environmental assessment. That was due in late April. We did not receive it. It was sent back to the contractor for additional revisions. The BLM and Fish Springs Horse Group, we've had limited logistical conservation since the last meeting. We're still interested in forming a working group. At present, we have limited resources and other priorities that we're working on as we're adjusting to the new administration. The Northern Nevada Correctional Institute has reached out, and we will be hosting our first in-person adoption on June 26, 2021. This event will include approximately 12 saddle-trained horses and potentially 1 trained burro. The event would follow COVID guidelines and state mask mandate at that time, but it's our first one since COVID, and it's actually worth going out and seeing. And then the map, Natalie, if you could find that. On April 1st, BLM implemented camping restrictions on concentrated use areas in select portions of Washoe and Mineral counties. If you have the map in front of you, that would be the areas in pink, which is north up in Sun Valley, and also the area, go down a little bit further, down in the Mound House area in Lyon County. So what we've done is we haven't closed any lands, just camping restrictions, so no camping in areas that get heavy use by people that are going beyond camping. We have a 14-day camping rule, and it's hard for us to track, and we're ending up with a lot of trash and abandoned vehicles in that area. So that went into effect April 1st. We've been working with Lyon and Washoe and some of their health and services groups if people request that. We have a phase 2, which we may be implementing in the near future, which comes down along that green area, and it's not an easy map to read, but if you can see the green area about the middle of the map in elongate form, that's around the Johnson Lane area, and then further down towards the actual city of Gardnerville. So that has not been implemented, but it is on a future plan at this time. So the majority of Douglas County, as you know, is in severe drought, northeast corner entering extreme drought. This is
Chairman, take a minute break.
5 round.
Everyone come on downstairs, left side.
For those of you participating via Zoom, the Board of County Commissioners is in a 5-minute break while they work on the technical issues.
Okay. Come on.
Test.
Test, test. Nikki, can you hear me?
Yes, Natalie, I hear you now.
Perfect. Thank you. Chairman, our audio is back. Test. Zoom audience, I just want to make sure you can still hear us before we get started again.
I'm hearing you, Natalie.
I can hear you, Natalie.
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Ken, sorry for the interruption, but this has been a chronic problem, so it's not because of you. Just want you to know that.
I appreciate that. Normally it is because of me.
Thank you. Okay, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure where the Zoom audience, where we left off. Can I get an indication from somebody?
Why don't you just go ahead and pick up where you left off?
Okay, so where I ended up was we use fuel moistures as what's going to burn, and once our sagebrush gets down to 145% live fuel moisture, that's when it will carry a fire. And so we're not there yet. We're where we should be at this time of year, but of course the drought is continuing. We had little to no grass growth, which leads to fewer human starts, meaning less cheatgrass this year. Also, we had that storm come in late that laid a lot of the carryover grasses down. So there won't be a lot of carry. We will have the usual concerns for lightning and man-made, which hopefully will be less at this time. So on May 15 to May 18, the interagency, which is BLM Forest Service and Nevada Department of Forestry, fire prevention team will be at the Carson City District. They will participate in media interviews and outreach by distributing information, brochures, signs, etc., about fire prevention with a focus on human-caused fire. The team will be doing outreach in all counties within the Carson City District, including Douglas County. So they will be coming on May 15th. And the other item that we have for horses is that we have on June 12th at the Johnson Lane Equestrian Parking Area, the Nevada Discovery Ride will happen to promote wild horse adoption while highlighting Nevada and public lands. The 2021 ride will also celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Wild Horse and Burro Act, and this is the team's third long-distance and slow-speed exploration of Nevada. I think they did over 1,000 miles a couple years ago. So that's going to be coming to the Johnson Lane Discovery Park on June 12th at 10 a.m. And that's all I have for an update, if there's any questions.
Any questions from the board?
I have one, sir.
Commissioner Rice.
I know that Carson City, for the last several years, have been using sheep to reduce their fire hazard, at least up on, I believe they call it Flag Hill. Any interest in using sheep to mitigate your fire dangers on your public lands?
So we have contracted before. Typically it's goats as opposed to sheep. We also have a new NEPA document out for targeted grazing, which allows the permittees or anybody else that wants to do selective grazing in areas that we have higher fire potential. So that type of program is in play. There's not a lot of contractors out there that do that, and it's fairly labor intensive. So we don't have a big play like Carson City would every year up in that area. But we do that, like in the Winters Ranch area in Washoe Valley. We have typically sheep and or goats out there grazing.
Thank you. Also, another question. I noticed that the news media made a big deal out of when you close the areas for camping because for some reason or other these folks weren't moving from one place to another as required by statute. Have you had any pushback on that? And was there any groups step up to help with the problem of removing this from the public land? So
we had some media reports, and they were all fairly neutral. We did get quite a few comments if we read the comments of those reports, and we posted it on our Facebook page and had a lot of comments. Most of those were favorable. And so we did not get a lot of pushback because we worked with Lyon County, we worked with Washoe County, sheriff departments for both, and the MOST groups, which is the Mobile Outreach Services Team, I think. So, and they're there to, if people want help for Health and Human Services, they're there to offer help. So we think we coordinated with the right people, and we had a lot of support behind that, and we have not got a lot of pushback lately.
Glad to hear that, and thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Number one, you mentioned a ride on June the 12th. Is that correct? You do realize that that conflicts with the very popular item here in Douglas County called Carson Valley Days? I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Maybe it coincides with them strategically. So no, we didn't. I wasn't aware of that. That's nationally set up through the state. So we don't, in Carson City, BLM, we don't really have any say over timing. But maybe that's fortuitous.
I don't know. I just wanted to make mention of that. In addition to that, the majority of the questions I'm getting regarding the BLM, of course, and not necessarily the BLM, but the BIA, is certainly centered around the Painted Rock Mine project. And I've had meetings with several of the constituency groups out in that Johnson Lane area in this regard. So, number one, the EA is not available yet. So when do we expect that to come forward? I was actually hoping for a lot more information regarding the Painted Rock in this particular agenda item today. So when I met with them a couple weeks ago, I was indicating, or a week ago, I said, you know, we'll see the agenda here on Friday and it should have more information on this, but it was somewhat disappointing that we didn't. But they're indicating to me that there appears to be work that's going on out in that area with different decaled trucks. And so I've asked them to get some pictures. They haven't given me any yet. But what do you know about possible work that's occurring out in that area, and who is authorizing that at this time if there is work that's going on?
We're not aware of any work going on. As you know, it's the right-of-way part is what the BLM's part of that is, and that is on BIA lands. And so I would recommend that you contact BIA and determine if there's any work going on and if it is permitted or not.
Okay, I don't know how we go about doing that. But you're saying you're not aware of any traffic that's taking place by trucks across BLM land between Douglas County, BLM land, and the actual site of Knox Excavation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if there's evidence otherwise, if people can get a hold of us, we could look into that. And I believe as Douglas County is a cooperator with BIA and BLM on that NEPA document, probably the names of the people that are running the NEPA for BIA would be the contact to ask.
Is there, thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me continue. Is there, I know that we looked at an agreement with Knox Excavating maybe 6 months ago or so when this issue came up, and there was still a lot of concern expressed out of the previous Board of Commissioners. I'm not sure that it's not shared by this Board of Commissioners in regards to heavy trucks coming across BLM land out of the Painted Rock area onto Johnson Lane and through residential neighborhoods, and also possible damage to Johnson Lane itself. So you're saying the BIA is the lead agency. are you suggesting that maybe we need to have a meeting with BIA before this board versus BLM to dig deeper into this issue?
Of moving forward in the NEPA and a possible permit in the future, then BIA would be whom you'd want to talk to. But if there is traffic on BLM lands, the proponent was told to cease and desist any gravel haulage on BLM lands at this time. So if there is traffic, we'd like to know about that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cates?
if I could just add a little information without straying too far from the agenda topic, but in regards to BIA, I can just confirm that they've accepted Douglas County as a cooperating agency for the review of the EA. I do understand it's been delayed, it hasn't been issued yet, we're waiting for that. We did give them a list of all of our concerns before they went back to have the EA redone. And it's all the stuff that's been talked about publicly, the impact of Johnson Lane, the impact of residential neighborhoods, trucks, all of that stuff. We're just waiting for that EA to come back so we can engage on that.
The draft EA, which BLM has not reviewed yet. Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Ken, in regard to the off-road activity, and this is Douglas County centric, does the BLM have restrictions on this type of activity? It seems to be pretty tough on the flora and fauna of any area.
We presented our draft resource management plan a couple years ago, and that would have added restrictions where it's only travel on existing two-track roads or bigger. That resource management plan was not moved forward. So we are back to our 2001, I believe, or 4 resource management plan, which is open road, no restrictions on cross-country travel. And we try to discourage that. When our law enforcement can get out and we see people cross-country traveling, we will ask them not to. But we don't have a restriction or authority in place right now to deny cross-country travel or close roads.
So basically, there's no enforcement to prevent this?
No, it's a Good Samaritan judgment, which doesn't seem to be a lot prevalent nowadays.
Well said. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Ken, we thank you for the presentation, and anything that comes up new that you have to present to the community, we would always have the door open and welcome whatever you've got. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. And just keep in mind that if it's any specific topic you ever want to talk about, I can come with more detail on those if I know ahead of time, or I can bring in our staff specialists that really have a lot of detail. So just let us know ahead of time and we can affect that at any time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on, we'll go to the airport. For possible action, discussion to approve the airport 5-year FAA capital improvement plan. Chris, you don't look like Chris Johnson.
I don't look like Chris Johnson, do I?
No, you don't.
I guess that's a good thing. Well, good afternoon, folks. It's really good to speak with you today. You're all looking very fine. For those that I haven't talked with recently on Zoom, I hope you think I'm just as good looking as the last time you saw me. But today I do want to talk about this capital plan. Talk a little bit first about the process. As some of you may already know, the capital plan with the FAA is a definitive process with a very distinct timeline attached to it. So we have to be able to define what our needs are, identify our needs, provide some estimated costing confirm that they are justifiable and defensible to the FAA in the process so that we can move those forward for funding. So here you have our capital plan. If you want to go to your books, I believe it starts on page 456 of your very healthy books, of course. So it's important to recognize the word plan in this process. This is a submission that we make annually to the FAA in hopes of gaining funding for very specific projects that are eligible on the airport. As your commissioners are only too keenly aware, most of our money gets spent on asphalt. You know how asphalt works in the county. It works just the same on the airport, except there's possibly even more regulations governing what asphalt is like on an airport. As you can see in this slide, we reach out for funding at a 93.75% of the project, with the airport coming up with the 6.25%. As we have been able to do for the last 10 years, the airport has fully funded that 6.25% without having to come to the county for any funds for any projects. During the COVID period of time, during this pandemic, because airports were so dramatically hit, more so commercial airports than general aviation airports, as is Minden Tahoe, the FAA has waived the match for us. And as you saw on that consent calendar item, not only did they waive the match for us last year and potentially this year, but they've also contributed additional funds to help us. Also, I do believe you're aware that the airport is an enterprise zone. And as a FAA federally obligated airport, any funds that are raised on the airport from any activities have to remain on the airport and be reinvested in the airport. So as we talk about the projects, they're kind of broken down here by year. If you look at the bright neon green in the bottom part of this slide, those are the taxi lanes in between the various hangars, county-owned hangars at the airport, in much need of work. So there's some rehab on there. As you can see, details within your packets, but also on this slide, this particular project has an engineering estimate total of $300,000 for design and construction. Now, what happens if we're lucky enough to be awarded funding, we do have to go out then for public bids, and low bid will win. Now, the nice thing about these projects is they are covered by the Davis-Bacon Act, and as such, they will pay very good wages, and we've really worked hard to try to make sure that local companies get these projects as best we can within the restrictions of the FAA guidelines. In 2022, and you're about to hear I have a grandfather clock. In 2022, the project we've identified has to do with the taxiway that's been developed on the east side of the airport for the east side development. If you remember, back some time ago, we actually used $1 million in a bond paid for again with only airport funds. And that money was used to put utilities on the east side of the airport. And now we're getting to develop over there, and we do have a lot of interest. That project is estimated at a lovely $2.3 million, again, estimates. In 2023, because we do have to project, like I say, this is a 5-year plan. We have to project out. Each airport in Nevada is allocated so many funds. There's what they call discretionary funds for Nevada, which sadly for Nevada doesn't amount to a lot of money. It's about $4 million for the whole state. So we're competing with all the other airports in the state for the funds to do these projects. I would like to say, and I'm very proud of the fact that over the past 10 years, the airport has secured $20 million in grants that we've done projects on the airport, again, mostly asphalt. This is for snow removal equipment building. And then you say, what snow? But we do have snow removal equipment on the airport. which other than some of the pickup trucks with the blades on the front, we've had to store outside most of the time. And we really need to be able to store that inside to extend the longevity of that equipment. A smaller estimate here for design construction. And then we're also talking about a ramp on the east side to support that equipment. 2025, we're looking at possibly moving the airport offices to the east side of the airport. Not only do the offices that we're currently in, they've got some years on them. They're quite old. And you get to the point where, because they weren't constructed to last very long as military construction, then we can hope that we can save money by building, using the FAA funds again to build, and then help stimulate some of the activity on the east side of the airport. Just a little thought for you here, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions on these projects or the process of the FAA funding.
Are there any questions from the board or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment.
Commissioner.
Bobby, it's good to see you back.
Good to see you, sir.
Is there anything at all in this project that causes you concern? I know that you've been away for a while, and it looks to me like Mr. Johnson's been doing a pretty good job down there. Are you pleased and happy with the projects as they're presented?
Yes, Chris and I talk on a regular basis, of course. And as you notice, the projects are maintenance in nature for the most part, and they're just the kind of things that you always have to do, again, to keep that asphalt in good shape. There's nothing particularly exciting about those projects. They're in order to maintain and keep the airport in good shape. We do have pretty dramatic increase in activity at the airport, both in based aircraft and in transit aircraft, which we're happy about that. And in order to maintain things, we need to keep them in repair, and that's what those projects are all about. Now, the process, when you talk the timeline, we have to submit, that these are the things we'd like to have, and these are our estimates, and we have to submit those in a specific timeline in order to get in the queue along with other airports. So bringing these forward to you now is part of that timeline so that we can move forward and hope to get some more funding for the airport.
Thank you. Oh, and please, don't ever get rid of the tail dragger.
Oh, I wouldn't dare. I'd be strung up.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, and Bobby, thank you for your presentation. Moving the airport offices, I realize that's 3 or 4 years away, but my observation here is that it moves it to the opposite side of the airport from most of the activities, the tail dragger and other entities. How is that facility or office going to be accessed by the public?
Well, the same way the east side of the airport is accessed. If you drive around the north end of the airport, Bliss Road wraps around the north end of the airport and enters on the east side of the airport, which is where we do have some commercial operators interested in developing over there. And it's the same way they would get in through that access point that exists already today.
So do you expect
the terminal building, as you correctly identified, is an out project, and that's a nice to do project. If other things come up that are more needed equipment wise, asphalt wise, those would definitely precede that one.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the public still has the same amount of access to the offices and the manager as currently.
Absolutely.
That's my concern. The other question I have for you, Bobby, and certainly we're excited to be able to get the county back open and looking forward to the air show in October. Before I forgot to mention that, I wanted to say that, but we're looking forward to it. But however, my other question is, did this plan go before our Airport Advisory Committee for review prior to coming to this board?
I was not at the AAC meeting, so I can't specifically answer that. I know Carrie's online here. If she was at that meeting, perhaps she can answer that question.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, Carrie Rosser with the District Attorney's Office. This plan did not go before the Airport Advisory Committee meeting this year. It has historically not gone to the Airport Advisory Committee. They have never requested it before. I did review Ms. Sterrett's public comment, and the point is taken. I think Chris Johnson, the current airport manager, will endeavor to do that in the future. But as Ms. Thompson said, because of the timelines at this point, there's just not enough time to take it to the Airport Advisory Committee meeting to stay in the queue. It could put the county at risk at losing out on grant funding if we were to do that at this point. But in the future, I think that's something we would definitely look into.
And again, as you've noticed, there's nothing particularly far out or strange about what's been planned. It's generally asphalt again. And then if we do delay this in any aspect, probably the projects for 21 would be lost, which is particularly concerning because those are going to be another 100% match by the FAA, saving us that 6.25 or 6.25%.
So my question is, continuing question is, what is the, you're saying that it would be troublesome as this got delayed by 30 days to go before the Airport Advisory Committee and then come back to us?
Yes, it would.
Okay. There's a purpose for us having advisory boards, so I would hope that stuff like this would go to those advisory boards in advance of coming to us, so we would have a better recommendation and better understanding of how they looked at it before coming to us. It's just an observation and a recommendation for the future, not only to this entity, but all entities working with our advisory boards. I think that's important. I don't think we should shortchange their impact and their volunteer hours to us in their function. So.
No, I definitely hear what you're saying, sir. Because historically it had not been done, it did not get done this time, but we can certainly take that under advisement. And thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may also add, Carrie Rosser again with the District Attorney's Office. One thing that, to the extent it helps Commissioner Gardner with this also, is that the committee does review all of the plans as they go on. So Chris Johnson will take to the Airport Advisory Committee plans on the horizon as well as projects that are ongoing. And so to that extent, the committee does review any of the projects that are ongoing. It's just this particular document is not one that went to that committee.
Thank you, Carrie, and that's absolutely correct. We, on a regular basis at the advisory committee meetings, report on all ongoing projects with details of where they are with cost, where the bids are, who was selected for the bids, and the progress on the projects themselves.
Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I have a question for council. Historically, the advisory committee has been an advisory committee, not a governing board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they up to this point, and unless we change things drastically, they are an advisory board only and provide guidance, but they do not decide what will or will not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Tarkanian?
No.
It would seem that out of common courtesy, this information would be conveyed to the Airport Advisory Committee so that they have an idea of what's going on. I don't know why they would be excluded from this information. So technically, do you have to give it to them? No. But in the future, we'd like to share this information with the Airport Advisory Board. Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll move on to Public Works.
I believe we need a motion. This is for action. If
All
this
right,
is correct.
this is for possible action. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the airport 5-year FAA capital improvement program as presented.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 Any opposition? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you for the
Thank you,
presentation,
gentlemen.
Ms. Thompson.
Good seeing y'all.
Number 4, for presentation only. Presentation on the Douglas County Pavement Management Program. Josh Nordlow, is that pronounced right? Is it Nordlow?
That is correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Josh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chairman. Josh Nordlow, Douglas County Public Works, for the record. Today I have a presentation for you on Douglas County's pavement management program. We're going to cover pavement management concepts, the pavement condition index, which is the PCI, and overall pavement network conditions. All right, so what is pavement management? Pavement management is an objective process for making the most effective use of available funding. It allows us to understand consequences of using alternative strategies. It allows us to quantify the value of our pavement assets. It helps us determine pavement-related needs, and it allows us to communicate with the decision makers, such as yourselves. There's 3 levels of pavement management. There's the network level, which is kind of looking down at the whole system from the bird eye view. There's the program level, which allows us to look at processes that we're doing and decide what is working for us and what is not. And then there's the project level, where we actually get the projects out into the field and construct or do our slurry seals. So as I said, at the network level, we're looking at the whole road network. It allows us to plan, put together our 5-year plan. It allows us to budget. It allows us to estimate what pavement needs we can see coming in the future. We set goals at this level, and we measure our performance against these goals. And it allows us to identify trends in the deterioration of the pavements. So, like I said, at the program level, we look at projects. It allows us to come up with lists of candidate projects. It allows us to analyze changing treatments on different road projects to decide whether they're cost effective or not, or things such as rebuilding a road or just putting a surface treatment to it. And this also is where we maintain a list of our backlog projects, excuse me. At the project level, this is where we're out in the field with the boots on the ground. We're looking at the pavement. We can determine different types of failures. We gather that type of failures and save that data to help us design proper pavements. We evaluate the materials and the specifications and our construction techniques of these projects and try to adjust to get the best value for our dollar. At this level, we're also measuring the impact of traffic, the climate, and materials that we're using, and do research with all this data that we collect to decide the best way to go about maintaining our road network. In Douglas County, there's approximately 830 miles of roads. These are broken up between NDOT has about 110, the towns are at about 43 miles, the GIDs 135 miles, private roads 116 miles, non-maintained roads were at about 186 miles, and the non-maintained roads are the BLM roads, the Forest Service roads. They could be roads that haven't been accepted for maintenance by the board, and the reasons for that, they haven't been offered for dedication, they weren't built up to county standards, or they're in terrible shape, so the county doesn't want to pick up that and try to rebuild it and get it back up to shape. The county itself maintains about 240 miles worth of roads. We have 186 miles of paved roads, about 45 miles of grinding roads, and 9 miles of gravel roads that we maintain. So our pavement inventory. At the network level, we have approximately 186 miles of paved roads. Those paved roads are broken into 557 pavement sections. These pavement sections are designed from construction projects. For example, if we build from 1st Street to 2nd Street one year, that would be one pavement section, and then 2nd Street to 3rd Street the next year, that would be another pavement section. And then these pavement sections are further broken down into sample units. Our sample units are usually about 100 feet long and the full width of the road. We try to keep them under 4,000 square feet, so if we have a really wide 4-lane road, we may divide that road into like an east-west alternating type sample unit for those roads. And then depending on how long the road is how many sample units will be in it. So if we had a 700-foot road, we'd have 7 sample units in that road. And then in the field, we'd actually go out and inspect 2 of those sample units, as you can see from the table there. So this is just a quick example of what a sample unit layout would be. This is Russell Way in the Sheridan Acres subdivision. It's approximately 700 feet long, so we would take that road and break it into 7 sections. And as I mentioned before, we would end up inspecting 2 of those sections. So here we would do section 2 and section 6. In the future, we would always come back and inspect those same sections so we could watch the deterioration of the pavement, cracks that may be growing, or other failures that may be happening in the pavement. So the pavement management system. We use the pavement management system to collect our pavement condition data. We store it, and we can sort through that data to allow us to find trends and pick out things that can help us in the future. We analyze that data, and it can help us evaluate different repair strategies, whether we are going to do a road seal or a rebuild or an overlay, depending on cost effectiveness. It allows us to evaluate different budget consequences and answer what-if questions. And the pavement management system we use is MicroPaver. Why do we use MicroPaver? It was developed by the Army Corps of Engineers in the late 70s, and it's still used today. It's recommended by the APWA and used by many different DOTs and local agencies around the nation. It optimizes funds to allocate for our maintenance and rehabilitation projects, and it uses the Pavement Condition Index, the PCI methodology, which became an ASTM standard in 1999. So the Pavement Condition Index, the PSI, it is a visual condition survey where we actually go out in the field and measure 20 different types of distresses, whether it be cracking, alligator cracking, rutting, graveling of the pavement, and then those 20 different types of distresses are broken into a severity of distress, low, medium, or high. And then we take a measurement of the quantity of those distresses, depending on the distress. If it was a crack, we're doing linear feet. If it's alligator cracking, we are doing a square area potholes per each. And we take all that data, and it goes into a formula. So the PCI index is rated from 0 at failed to 100, which is a perfect pavement. So we start off with that distress type, we take the quantity and the distress severity, and it subtracts from that 100. And we do that for all the different distress types in that pavement section, and that will give us a PCI rating for that road. So here's just a quick example of a PCI of 100. This is Waterloo Lane between SR 88 and 756. This is literally right after we paved and striped it. No distresses, no deteriorations, nothing. Nice, clean road. Now here, this is Starbucks Way, out in front of the Starbucks roasting plant and warehouse out there in East Valley. Lots of heavy truck traffic. The road's been cracking. We've got utility cuts where you can see we've been crack filling. So the PCI on this road would be about a 63. And then here's Waterloo Lane before we paved it. Purely filled. It's PCI of 9. At this point in time, it's almost easier to pick out what's better for the road than what is bad. So the whole idea behind this is it's much cheaper to do preventative maintenance when our roads have a higher PCI, doing things like crack filling and stuff like that. And as the road deteriorates, the cost goes up, and obviously reconstruction of a road is very expensive. So some of our pavement maintenance strategies. The routine localized maintenance strategies, crack filling, patching, shoulder grading, these are things that we do with our in-house maintenance crew. Preventative and corrective maintenance strategies, the chip slurries, the slurry seals, and thin overlays are a lot of the things that we actually could put out to bid and have contractors do for us. We can do some thin overlays in-house, it just depends on the size of the scope of the project. And then the expensive stuff, the rehabilitation and reconstruction projects are your thick overlays and your reconstruction projects. So the pavement condition index results for our county as of 2019, we didn't do our pavement surveys last year due to COVID. So last year we have 23% of our roads are in good shape, 22% in satisfactory, and 15% in fair. So 60% of our roads are fair and above, and we have 40% going down the other way, with 3% of our roads are in the failed condition right now. So projects, in the past 5 years, Public Works, we've rebuilt 18 miles of roads and chip or slurried 41 miles of roads. Projects we have coming underway, we're almost done with Centerville Lane. I don't know if any of you have been out there. We've got striping up. The contractor's actually installing the signs this week. We're really close to finishing that project out. Expect to see our contractor back out on Plymouth Drive in September to finish the paving on that project. And in July to August, expect to see our road sill project out in the field. And this here is a map of North County. This is kind of where we've been in North County for the last few years, where we've done our projects, whether they were road chip, sills, or rebuilds. And this is going to be Central County, a map of Central County. Our road sill project this summer is going to be doing along Foothill there on the west side of the valley. So we'll be doing Mottsville for chip sill, and then a lot of the local roads along the Foothill Road there. And with that, I will accept any questions you may have for me.
Commissioner Gardner? Josh, I have a question. I don't know when you get involved at that end of it. Raw materials, how are the prices on those these days?
John Herb for the record. They've been stabilized for the last couple of years. Price of asphalt is going up. We do get notices from some of the plants like Bing and Granite if they're going to increase their prices. They have come up just a little bit this year on prices of asphalt and oil.
Thank you.
No, actually, this is what was covered in the RTC meeting the other day, and there are many of the GIDs that use the same process for evaluating the roads within the GIDs, and I think our guys are doing a pretty good job staying on top of things, and thank you so much for Centerville. It was causing some repairs.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nolasad.
How's your manpower situation there? You got enough people to do what needs to be done?
John Herb for the record, Douglas County Public Works. Currently, we have 7 people in the field. There is one position that will be available the start of the next fiscal year. To do a project out in live traffic, it usually takes all 7, if not more, because we have to do traffic control. Somebody has to flag all the streets, and then you have either you got individuals on equipment and individuals driving trucks and materials. So it's always a challenge with a crew of 8, but we're managing. But I could always use more if you want to add more budget.
Well, it was a hot topic during the last campaign, as you well know. They complain about the roads. Why aren't the roads fixed? We ain't got the money. Is that a problem?
John Herb for the record. Funding for roadways, whether it's nationally or locally, has become a problem. Currently, the RTC is funded by the gas tax. The county has increased it to the NRS allowable of 9 cents several years ago. And so that's the county's portion of the gas tax. Is it enough? No, it doesn't keep up with inflation. To answer your question, the funding mechanism for roadways is not adequate.
So by having more cars on the road, that's going to add to increase the deterioration, and maybe somebody needs to look at that.
You're correct. Having increased vehicles on the road does and will add to the deterioration of roadways. It will also add some to the gas tax, but as you know, over the years, vehicles have improved drastically on their gas mileage, and now there's a larger number of electric vehicles coming on board. I know nationally and at the state level, they're looking at different alternatives to help fund roadways because of this. There's vehicle miles traveled, which is becoming something they're looking at. I think there's a voluntary right now. You give the DMV your mileage. They want to see what kind of formulas they can come up with, and that's why they're requesting that information.
Thank you, Mr. Herb.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cates?
I just wanted to add on to one comment that John made to the Commissioner Nois's previous question. And in addition to funding challenges, I think there's also a capacity constraint in terms of whether it's a staff, which he talked about, or contractor availability. I mean, there's only so many contractors in the area when the economy's hot. You could double his budget. I'm not sure you get double the amount of projects done. But that's a factor as well.
Any further questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I did have just one.
Yeah, Commissioner Gardner.
I go back to this chart here that you show on the example sample unit layout of a 700-foot section, and you're testing it at two different areas. Weather can have a significant impact on one section where it wouldn't have necessarily the same impact on 600, even 600 yards down the road. So how do you build and maintain to the most extreme effort, or how do you mitigate that?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works, for the record. So typically when we set up our sections, they are randomly chosen. And this is how the PCI process was developed by the Army Corps of Engineers. So you can go out and look at your road and say, hey, these are my two worst sections. If we have two sections that we have to do, and let's monitor those two worst sections. We know that we're getting water infiltration over here, or we're getting some rutting or whatever. So we could choose those two sections and continue to monitor those sections. But typically the samples are randomly generated.
So that would go into determining when or how often you had to repair or rehabilitate that section as well, right?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works. Yes, that goes into it. There's other weighting factors into it. Just because a road is at a certain PCI level doesn't mean it's the first candidate up for repair. Other things that come into the factors, or is it a collector road? I mean, do we have a lot more traffic on that road? If we have a lot more traffic on the road, we obviously need to address that road before we do the cul-de-sac. But typically that's kind of how we go about it. But like I said, there's a few other factors that go into choosing projects depending on the style of road.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Mr. Erb and Josh, thank you very much for presenting this information, and it's something that is very close to all of us, and we use your roads daily, so it's interesting to find out how you guys are working on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We have two more items, and the time allotted is about 15 minutes. We can get these done, and then we'll take a short break. Is that okay with everybody? Item number 5, for possible action, discussion to approve a $140,850 material testing contract with Construction Materials Engineers Incorporated, CME, for the material testing for the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project, and authorize the county manager to sign any necessary documents. Scott McCulloch, you have the floor.
Commissioners, Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Scott McCullough could not be here today, so I'm going to sit in for him on this agenda item. So what's before you today is a professional services contract related to the Cave Rock Water System Construction Project. CME, the contractor, under this contract will be doing the construction management as well as material testing and construction observation. It's a requirement. This is pretty standard for all projects we do, but in this case as well, this is a requirement of our compliance with our state revolving fund loan. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Are there any questions from the board? See none. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve a $140,850 material testing contract with Construction Materials Engineers Incorporated for material testing for the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project, and that we authorize the county manager to sign any necessary documents.
I'll second it.
I think Commissioner Nolasad beat you to it.
Okay, my pleasure.
All right. There's a motion and a second by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Nolasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Item number 6, for possible action. Don't go away, Mr. Rigger. Discussion to approve change order number 14 to the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant construction contract with PAR Construction Corp., DBA Resource Development Company, and authorize the county manager to sign the change orders. The change order reduces the contract price by $131,710.56 and defines the terms of the final payment to close out the project. Mr. Rittiger, you have the floor.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Before you, this is actually sort of a pleasure to bring before you a change order where we're not increasing the cost of a project, but actually a deductive change order in this case to reduce the total contract price by $131,700, as Commissioner Engels had mentioned. And this is also with this change order, we are authorizing basically final payment for the project. Project was reached its final completion on February 4th. That's the date of record. After that, there's some cleanup work and stuff that's been going on, but at this point, the plant is finished and up and running. So overall, the contract price, the original contract price back in 2018 was for $9,155,000. We're going to come in now with the completed project just a little bit over 2% higher than that, but actually almost 1.4% below what was approved through the various change orders over the course of this project. So all in all, I think a very successful project for the county. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nolasad.
I'm wondering what can we do with the $131,000? I think a good place for it would be JLEC.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. The funds for the wastewater treatment plant were from the utility fund. It's an enterprise fund, and so those funds reside and retain inside inside that enterprise fund to maintain and support future projects within the utility.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. I like the idea, these words final are welcome. I'm sure from your department as well as us and the county. And with the completion of this, does that indicate that we're close to moving, I believe we're currently transporting waste treatment to Carson City. Are we looking at bringing that back to our county and getting rid of that cost of doing that? So,
Good question, Commissioner. Phil Ridker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yes, there is there was flow, wastewater flow from the Topsy Lane area, from the commercial properties up there, that has been going up to Carson City for treatment. We have an active project right now that is in the works, design works, to redirect that flow, put in the infrastructure, and complete the infrastructure to bring that flow back down to our wastewater treatment plant. Don't have a timeline on it at this point, but it is actively being pursued.
Thank you.
Mr. Ritker, now that everything is all said and done, what was the kind of sort of total cost for this plant?
So the total cost of this plant with RDC, with FAR Construction Resource Development Company, was $9,337,956 and a few cents there. In addition to that, Carrie, do you recall? There was, you might be able to look it up here. We had professional services contracts with Keller and Associates. Is that another $250,000 roughly?
The total amount, I think, was closer to 500,000, but I'm not confident enough to speak.
Okay. Well, I would say that between HDR and the design company that did the design work, as well as Keller and Associates, who did the construction management, eventually say there's probably another $1 million added onto that contract price, onto the total price. So somewhere around $10.5 million.
Any further questions from the board? Commissioner Tarkanian?
No questions.
Seeing no questions, this is an action item. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the change order 14 to the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant construction contract with FAR Construction Corporation, doing business as Resource Development Company, and authorize the county manager to sign the change order. The change order reduces the contract price by $131,710.56.
There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Noah had brought forth a motion, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Mr. Ritker, thank you very much for getting our money back.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back here at about 3:30. Can we bring the meeting back to order? Okay, we'll start off with item number 7 for possible action. Discussion regarding the introduction of ordinance 2021-1582, an ordinance repealing the existing text of chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code related to vacation home rental within the Tahoe Township and adopting new text. This is the first reading. Jennifer Davidson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, Assistant County Manager, before you today. Also with me, Director of Community Development, Tom Dallaire, to my right. We have spent quite a few hours on this topic. This is what I hope is the beginning of the culmination. Can I call it the beginning of the culmination? Fingers crossed that we're nearly to the finish line on this particular topic. I do want to take a moment to commend the Commission for some of the most complex policy level discussions that you've had to date. I can tell you we have received hours of public comment. We've had a public survey on this. We've had the Planning Commission weigh on this. This is a journey that began back in 2017, and we're here with a first reading and introduction of an ordinance. From here, the plan is to tentatively we have scheduled a public hearing for final adoption of the ordinance at our first meeting in June, which I believe is June 3rd. Between now and then, we will be taking this item to the Planning Commission at their Planning Commission meeting next week. I believe that's May 11th. To provide them with a status update regarding their recommendations that they previously submitted back in 2018 on this item. Just for the record, I do want to let you know the Planning Commission heard this item back then at the direction of the board. They worked with staff to come up with a draft ordinance. That draft ordinance from 2018 came to the County Commission and did not pass. The County Commission at that time felt that it was not adequate to address the concerns of the public that were being expressed, and we started out on a process to seek additional public input, which included public workshops, public surveys, the task force work, and I do also want to take a moment to commend the task force for their efforts and their hours of feedback on this matter as well to get us to this day today. So the Planning Commission will receive that update next week. Staff will collect feedback from that meeting. The Planning Commission will not be taking actual official action on that item. However, if they do have comments, and any public comment that is received at that meeting will be compiled for you and will become part of the public record for your consideration prior to final adoption in June. If you had an inkling to make any changes to this ordinance today, you are welcome to do so. But I would ask that you please consider making this your final and last adjustments on this item. I would also ask that you keep in mind, in case you're tempted to make some adjustments, that we knew this was going to be a bit of an evolution for us. We knew that this program was going to take some significant changes in order to get it to where it needed to be. This is part of our experiment, and I hate to call it that, but I'm going to for just a moment, because part of what government needs to do is we need to put something in place and see how it works and possibly make some adjustments in the future. So what I'm recommending to you is part of a future process is that we may at a future date want to consider, after this ordinance is adopted, bringing it back for a revisit, a discussion on how well it's working. That discussion could, of course, be informed by the advisory board. It is the intent of county staff at the concurrent with the adoption of the resolution in June to bring forward some applications for your consideration. We're going to do a call for applications for individuals who are interested in being on the VHR advisory board. We're going to be advertising that here in the next week or so, collecting those applications for you to make your appointments of individuals to that advisory board at the same meeting in June so that we're ready to rock and roll once this ordinance gets into place. I thank you for your time and patience, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the ordinance. What exists in your packet is consistent with your direction, plus a few minor adjustments, administrative changes, grammatical changes that we had to make that we discovered once we did our final edits and formatting. With that, sir, I turn it over to you for any questions or additional direction.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. All right, at this juncture, we will commence with public comment. Is there any public comment from the audience in chambers?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Ainsworth. First of all, out of order a little bit, I'd like to commend Jennifer for her very eloquent preamble presentation here. She did a fantastic job during the task force process, and I think all throughout the entire process. And I really think she summarized things very well, and I know we're all ready to be at the end of this. For sure. As you know, I've submitted some comments directly to you and for public comment relating to the April 1 and April 15th meetings. Unfortunately, in my view, you have not discussed at least 3 of the 4 points that I outlined in those comments. So I'll try one more time. And I'm not trying to upset the apple cart here at all, because I just told you I agree with what Jennifer just said. But I'd like you to consider discussing the following 4 items. Occupancy. To me, it should be based on appropriate sleeping arrangements determined by the life safety inspectors at the time of initial permitting or renewal. Allowing only 2 per bedroom and not allowing sleeping on a sleeper sofa is completely outside industry standards for VHRs, timeshares, hotels, etc. Many families looking for affordable vacation rentals rely on units that have sleeper sofas. So it's both a property rights thing along with standard practice. Secondly, parking. The quote, no double parking or tandem parking, unquote, rule is really intended for special driveway situations, not as a general rule, in my opinion. I think staff will handle this as needed, but that's not what the language says. The parking item should be rewritten or clarified to take care of that. Tier 3, language that says there must be sufficient distance away from residential buildings to avoid being a nuisance sounds good, but cannot be practically evaluated or enforced. We're going to have a very strict ordinance with an effective code enforcement team. Bad actors will be weeded out. That's the whole point of doing this. And then caps. I know that's an emotional topic. I was hoping, and I was also hoping you'd take a look at designating neighborhoods tourist and all other, rather than multifamily and single family. But that's up to you. And I do want to refresh your memory on one thing. The task force recommendation of 725 was based on 608 existing permits, not 535. The 535 number came up just a few months ago when
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. Any further comments from the audience?
Am I on now? Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Natalie Yanish. I am with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. I'm also a resident on top of Kingsbury Grade. Thank you for taking the time to hearing me out this evening and also, or afternoon. And thank you to the staff who has been working on this, especially Ms. Davidson. And I also want to thank the working group who I sat on for many, many hours when we discussed a lot of these topics at length with very verbose conversation on them. So I had sent in a letter. I also own no VHRs in Douglas County or elsewhere, but I had sent in a long letter that points out quite a few of the issues that I felt that the community would be impacted by, and kind of pointed those out on a, bullet point basis. So I won't go over every single one of them. But I did just want to say that you can't make everybody happy, but as a legislative body, you can make policy that is as equitable as possible for the residents and property owners within the community. And that policy should also solve problems and hopefully not create unintended consequences. The policy should also take into consideration fiscal impacts to the county and the costs that would be borne to the property owners. The proposed ordinance you're considering has a lot of problems, in my opinion, and it is expensive and overly burdensome. Right now, the moratorium is holding up property owners and their ability to garner income from their investments, and the cap does the same thing, as will the percentage of homes that would be restricted within certain neighborhoods and that you are proposing. I also wanted to point out that VHRs provide jobs. We live in a resort community up at Lake Tahoe, and it also provides investment in aging housing stock. So people who own these VHRs are, hiring people from the community to clean them, to service them, property managers, as well as, contractors who employ workforce to come in and do renovations on these properties. And that is partially because they are able to garner some income from their rental property and their ability to have the flexibility and being able to short-term rent it. And I also just wanted to say the second homeowners are subsidizing the residents. They pay more in property taxes. They don't draw on community services, such as social services. At the same time, they're also paying TOT tax and fees for the program. And I will end it there. You can read the rest of my letter, and I appreciate all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yanis. Are there any further comments from the audience?
For the record, my name is Janet Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished commissioners. And I'm here on behalf of Janet Murphy. And I like to, I know many of you all know me. This topic is extremely personal for me. And we're third generation there. So I've seen everything from South Lake to Douglas County. My main concern is our national treasure that's going to become a national disaster. Because I've seen it, it's coming, and I want it on the record that I'm saying that today because that's what's going to happen if we don't ban the program. There's facts out there where this has been done that's degraded and deteriorate what our national treasure is in other areas. Same thing has happened. Population brings emissions. It brings trouble to infrastructure. You can't keep up with the demands. Sewer, water. We get our drinking water from that lake. These people that are in favor of vacation rentals, it's all about one thing and it's driven by one thing only, and that's money. Money is greed, and greed is the sin. So I can't support this because I know our God-given environment was given to us, and we are all stewards of the environment. It is our purpose as life and as humans, and that purpose is to take care of not only one another, but the environment that feeds us, that takes care of us. And we are going to diminish something of our creation of allowing populated brings vehicles, like I said, emission, trash. It brings crime. It's statistically proven. I am up here because you folks are our elected stewards of that national environment. That national treasure up there does not only bring the people to Lake Tahoe, but it's the people down here in this valley as why they live here also, is because of that mountain and because of that lake. Let's keep Douglas County rural, pristine, and keep that national treasure just as it is. Because I'm telling you, there's a whole difference, and it's proof and there's facts that people that live there will take care of their backyard much different than people that are there temporarily. It's a fact. And I don't have any vacation rentals. I have full-time rentals, and I do. They're full-time. You want to know why? Because people need to live there because they work there. And that's what we're here to do.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Are there any further comments from the audience? Seeing none. Natalie, online?
Natalie Wood, for the record, we do have a handful with their hands raised, and we have a couple callers. I'm going to start with the caller, John, from earlier that wanted to speak to this item. John, are you there? Yes, we can hear you now. Can you spell your name more slowly for the record, please? John, are you there? Danny, can you still hear me in Zoom world? You're muted, but it looks like you could hear me.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. I'm going to move on to the next caller while John figures out his audio. And then while we're going through this, anyone else on Zoom, if you would like to provide public comment on this item, item 7, please raise your hand. Okay, no response. Next caller. Okay, no response. Next caller, do you have public comment? Can you hear us? Okay, we'll start going through some of the other Zoom participants. John, do you have public comment at this time? Okay, no response from John. Steve, do you have public comment?
Yes, Ms. Wood.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and I'll start the timer.
Thank you. For the record, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, my name is Steve Teixeira, calling in today on behalf of Tahoe Chamber want to focus on one issue, which I know you have had come up from other commenters. As has been correctly stated on the record, many homeowners place their real property in limited liability companies and other entities, LLCs they're called, for estate or tax planning or liability protection purposes. Family trusts are not a viable option for those looking to limit their risks in renting real property. So in our view, there's no justification to allow those that have current permits to reapply, but not allow homeowners who have been waiting in line for a permit also take advantage of the legal benefits of an LLC to apply for a permit. We have heard on this subject from a number of our members and others within our chamber network. Nothing about owning a property in an LLC would allow an owner to evade any of the regulations or provide advantages over individual permittees. An LLC applicant would still need to meet all of the application requirements. Therefore, there is no rational basis in our view to treat homeowners who take advantage of the benefits of LLC ownership differently from any others. I would just add, I appreciated the comment of Ms. Davidson that I do think it's a good idea that the commission bring this ordinance back in a year once you've adopted it, because we anticipate there will be some unintended consequences that you may want to address at that time. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, next attendee, John.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and state your name for the record, and then I will start the timer.
Okay, my name is John Carrillo, K-U-R-Y-L-O. I'm a 30-year board member, a 4-year HOA president, and a short-term renter. Just a couple of comments. I want the board to know that generally my renters call me in January for the summer period, but with COVID, this past year, they started calling me in October. So I have an agreement with the renters, and my renters are repeat renters. And we have an agreement for this summer. So I don't know what to tell them. Number two, about parking. In our development, 135 units, 135 assigned spots. We have 60 guest spots. And outside of the months of July and half of August, Christmas and New Year's, for the last 30, 40 years, we've managed. Well, we have a rule that if there's not enough space, then renters are only allowed one spot, but we are able to do it. Another thing is the 4 people per assigned unit. My son, for instance, has 3 kids, husband and wife, 3 kids. The car holds 7. Sometimes he brings his nanny. And so that's 6 of them. I have a 3-bedroom place here. And that's just in general. Cars hold more than 4 people, even if they're allowed 1 spot. And the last comment is about the requirement that garbage needs to be able to handle the maximum number of renters all year long. I said outside of July, August, Christmas, New Year's, our association manages the garbage pickup. So I think a better rule would be if they need to pick up the garbage and if they need to get another order another time per week, then that's what they do. But making them, for instance, I was here 3 weeks ago, there was absolutely nobody in the 135 units. Making us deal with the maximum number of renters makes no sense because there was nobody here. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, John. Okay, if we have any other participants through Zoom that would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I will go back to our caller from earlier to see if he has audio now. Hi, are you there? Hi, we can hear you now. Go ahead and state and spell. Yeah, spell your last name, and then I'll start your time.
Yeah. I was pretty frustrating. I'm sorry. I apologize for bringing this up earlier. I didn't understand the way that the meeting was going to be run today. I just thought it was the public comment. But anyways, my name is John Born, B-O-R-N, and I just wanted to comment on the short-term rental issue as well. I'm a long-term, short-term renter. I've been renting my unit for 20 years. I'm the type of renter that cares about his neighbors and cares about my community. And I take care of any issues that arise immediately. And I think that we could have a positive where everyone gains from the policy, as opposed to doing some arbitrary restrictions on everybody. I think that the current ordinance that's being considered is arbitrary in their restrictions, especially the number of people. And so it just is restricting the 99% of the good homeowners, the good short-term renters that don't have any issues on a day-to-day basis. And so, I just would like to, like you guys to consider, the impacts of all this, of the caps and these things on the community, the people that work, or the short-term renters, for the home values and all that stuff. And really, I think that the board needs to focus on enforcement as opposed to restrictions. I mean, it seems like the enforcement has been lacking, and so that we're trying to implement new restrictions where that failure in enforcement, if we enforce properly with the 1 or 2% of the problems, then we could take care of the issues and have a win-win for everybody. So I mean, I'd really like you guys to focus on enforcement as opposed to restrictions that are basically arbitrary. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, John. And can you spell your last name for the record one more time, please?
Sure, it's Born, B-O-R-N.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more participant through Zoom that has public comment. Nancy, are you there? Nancy, do you have public comment at this time? Okay, she unraised her hand or lowered her hand. Oh, she raised it again. Let's try one more time. Sorry, that was from the last one. Nancy, did you want to give public comment? Okay, she is not unmuting herself. Okay, any additional public comment on this time or on this item? Okay, Chairman, I don't see any additional public comment through Zoom.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
I concur that for us to bring this back in no more than 6 months is a good idea. This is a brand new concept for us. We've been grappling with this for quite a while, and I'm sure that no matter how much we agree on this package at the moment, and given some time, we will discover many areas where we could have done it better. So I would suggest that as part of the approval of this, that we agree to bring it back in no more than 6 months for review and refinement.
Any further comment from the board?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay, there's two parts to this ordinance, I think we should revisit. One of them, I think very strongly. The other one, I don't have as much passion about. With respect to what Steve Tashara said concerning the LLCs, I certainly understand why he's saying that. I understand the reason why people would put their homes in a LLC, particularly if they're having short-term rentals or even long-term rentals. I would not have a problem eliminating the exclusion of the LLC's ownership. But if we did that, we would have to make sure that if every person who was a member of that LLC would be counted as owning one of the VHRs. So you didn't have multiple ownerships from people that just had a portion of an ownership in one VHR as opposed to another. I don't know if the board has a stomach for that or not, but I would certainly be in favor of that if there were enough voters. The one issue that we've grappled with, I think, the longest, and we've gone back and forth with the board, and we haven't reached a really good consensus. And it looks like, at least at this point, the staff's proposal is going to take place. And I think the staff's proposal, with all due respect to the staff, I don't mean to be derogatory, I don't think it's the right approach. And that's dealing with the density issue. As people that have listened or followed our meetings in the past, I feel very strongly that I believe there should be different overlaying districts of where these VHRs are allowed and how many are allowed. I don't believe if you live near a ski lift that you have the same right and the same expectation of privacy that you would have if you were living in a gated community like Glenbrook. To say that we're going to apply each single family residence the same, no matter where they're located, I just don't think is the right approach. And I also don't think it's the right approach to distinguish between a single family residence and a multifamily residence. There are a lot of people that have an expectation of privacy that couldn't afford a home, a single family home, and they bought a duplex or something else that they still deserve the expectation of privacy based upon where they live. Now, my proposal to have different amounts of VHR levels based upon location has been shot down, and I'm not going to rehash it again. Maybe when we bring it back later, we can discuss it again. Mr. Ainsworth, in his opening remarks, said the same thing. He thought that we should be looking more at location than single family, multifamily, but I think we've made that decision already as a board, and we can't go any further with that. So that being said, what do? Last meeting, we had 2 votes by the board basing a limit on a flat limit across the entire Lake Tahoe of either 15% or 14% of VHRs. Again, I don't think that's the right approach because it's treating homes that are in small, close-knit, gated communities that never expected to have short-term rentals with them being treated the same as a condominium next to the ski resort. So I voted against that in the last meeting. But I also don't think we should have 25% VHRs in neighborhoods just because of multifamily. If they're not right next to the tourist district, in my opinion, there's no basis, no reason, no rationale to have 25% of the neighborhood at VHRs. If you bought a place in that tourism area, you would have to expect short-term rentals. But let's say you move down the road and you're in Zephyr Cove or something and you're living in a multifamily residence. I just don't think that they would have the same expectation that 1/4 of the neighborhood would be VHRs. So I don't think that's the right approach. I'm open to any other suggestions the board has. If not, I would like to limit the amount, the maximum amount to 20% instead of 25%. I don't like it, but I think it's better than the 25%. I think the 25% is too burdensome to communities that it's not right to. Those are my only 2 issues today. I hope this was short enough for everybody on the board. I know you guys get tired of listening to me talk on this issue.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nozad.
Yeah, I'd like the idea of putting this off for a while, but I think the language of not later than should be more like not later than 3 months. I think that fits more with what Ms. Davidson's original schedule was. You said June, right?
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer that question.
Yes, ma'am.
For clarification, Vice Chairman Nosad, what we're talking about here is the second reading would be coming forward for final consideration in June. And then what staff are proposing is that we have a period in which we implement the ordinance and we operate for a little bit. And then we, in conjunction with the advisory board, report back to this commission on how it's going and make any recommendations regarding potential changes that we think need to be made to the program due to potential unintended consequences or things that just aren't working out the way we intended them to.
All right. I would suggest further that we not only just say, well, let's run it for a while and see what we get. We should probably put some goals in here and timelines. This is a pretty big problem that's been in the works for a lot of years, that I understand. I originally said we would not do any more issuance of permits, period, for a year. That would clear up the problem. Might make problems for people who came out here and invested on property so that they could make some money, and that's what sets along with what Ms. Murphy said. So let's go about this in a little more structured manner in this interim period. So I would recommend, I'm not going to make a motion just yet.
Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would echo what Mr. Tarkanian said in regards to the 25%. I've never been comfortable with that number, Mr. Tarkanian, Danny. I've never been comfortable with that number. That's why I attempted to address that number a couple of weeks ago. As I look at the number of issued permits now in the different designated neighborhoods, it appears to me that a 10% in single home areas, single family areas, and a 20% would be much more acceptable to me if I can get a concurrence on this board for that. As I look at the spreadsheet in that regard, I believe there was only really one multifamily resident area that's affected, that's currently at about 22%. And that could happen through the natural attrition of people not renewing their permits. But I don't think that would create a tremendous amount of heartburn in that regard. So I'm for moving this along. However, if we need to make some minor tweaks here, I'm also willing to suggest that we go ahead and make some minor tweaks and then come back to this board with a final first reading and then move forward with it. As far as the 6 month versus 3 months, I'm not sure that 3 months is really going to give us a sufficient amount of time and thoughtfulness in regards to, I think it might be just too quick to try to have an advisory board in place. And I think that's a critical element to this, is the appeals and advisory board that would fathom through this for us. I'm glad to see that we're actually going to compensate them a little bit for that. Not much, but some. And so I concur with Mr. Rice's comments in regards to 6 months. I was thinking a year, but maybe the year's too long. So we might need to make some tweaks in 6 months, but I just think, in all due respect, Mr. Noasad, I just think 3 months is just a little bit too quick for our advisory board to actually wrap their arms around this program and see exactly where we are. So those are I know that coming back to us is not necessarily something that is not going to be part of this ordinance and not going to require a motion. However, to change the density level in neighborhoods, that does require a motion. And so any motions that we make that would tweak this would require us to follow Ms. Jennifer's guidelines in regards to the timing. So I'll go down at least that road, Mr. Tarkanian, and propose that we go to 10% on the single family and 20% on the multifamily, and hope that this time I can get a second on that. and maybe concurrence out of this board. So I'll make that motion at this time.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
we've
Is
had
there
a
any more
multitude.
comment, or can I discuss the
can't.
motion? How does that work now?
Okay. We're getting a multitude of different things in this, and this action item is for one thing only. And that is the focal point that we should use in regard to this action item. We can't do a bunch of amendments on percentages and different things. We have to get going and work on this action item. We can't put all of these other things in there. So does anybody care to make a motion?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Mr. Tarkanian.
You know, I am probably more anxious to get this put into place than anybody. Timing has been a major issue for me from the very beginning. But as I spoke with Jennifer in our one-on-one or two-on-one meetings, she's advised me that this cannot be the first reading anyways, based upon the timing of what she had to do. I think it was with the Planning Commission and notice and so forth. So we can make changes to it, and this is our last chance to make changes without it delaying it one bit. And the only change we're talking about is the density. I just believe 25% is too much. I don't, and again, with respect to Mr. Gardner's motion, listen, if it comes down to it, I'll probably vote for it because I think 25% is too much. But I don't agree having that big of a difference between single family and multifamilies is the right approach. I don't think that's the way you should distinguish between the density of the VHRs is based upon the type of home. It should be based upon location. That's what we should be focusing on. But if we're going to do this, I would like to see it at 15 to 20% where it's more closely aligned. I do not want 25%, or I don't think it's fair at least at 25%. And it's the only change that I think we're talking about making, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad.
I'm going to reiterate what I said a little while ago. We have been facing this problem for quite a few years. And it seems to me that basically what's happening is we've been kicking the can down the road. And if we give it another year, we're going to continue to kick the can down the road and we'll never solve this problem. I think it's time to become gritty. It's time to say, no, you can't do that. I'm almost 100% with Janet Murphy on this one. I think it should be terminated, but not as a right now. If we do a no more permits starting at a given date, and a year later, that would be the end of all the permits, and we don't have a problem anymore. And I want to say one other thing: we, as a guiding light for the county, are not responsible for somebody's successful business. If you want to take the risk to buy a house and go along with what's happening, and it doesn't work out for you, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Sam, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a couple issues here that I think need to be cleaned up. First of all, we have a motion from Mr. Gardner that's pending that needs a second or either fails for a second. So that item needs to be cleaned up. And then also I'd like to remind the board that this item, because we put it on for action, there can be amendments to this item, and there is sufficient time from the date of this meeting until the time of the second reading to have adequate public notice beforehand. So in other words, this can still serve in that capacity, so we can have the renotice of the thing and also have the meeting. So at least according to what I've heard from county staff, that's my understanding, that we have enough time. They've done the calculations.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I didn't take Mr. Gardner's comments as a motion. It was a discussion item as it relates to this. Now, we're going off on a lot of different tangents. This is for first reading.
No.
Mr. Chair.
No.
Okay, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. I'll try this again. I don't sense from my fellow commissioners that they're comfortable with the 10%, but I do sense that perhaps they are comfortable with the 20%. So then, therefore, I would propose that single families and single family be at 15 and that multifamily be at 20. That's my motion.
And I'll second it.
Discussion?
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Nay. We have 2 opposed and 3 for. The motion carries 3-2.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question,
Commissioner Rice?
and I'm going to direct this to Ms. Davidson. It's my understanding that whatever we pass here today is going to go before the Planning Commission at their next meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct for presentation only, not for possible action.
Correct, but they will be able to have input and suggest any changes that they feel would be recommended to whatever it is we approve today. Is that correct?
That is correct. Their comments will become part of the public record as a report from staff to you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item number 8 for possible action.
Mr. Chair, I believe we need to have a general motion to the whole item.
We had a vote.
No, sir. All we had was an amendment to the main motions. Now we need to have a motion, as I understand it, to enact this with the amendment as amended.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Taylor?
Yes. The motion was to amend the document as it exists and have it be presented again for a first reading, because any substantive change has to go through another first reading. So that is what's going to happen with the proposed change attached. You don't need to have a motion to have it represented for first reading. So no motion is necessary.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may jump onto that, sir.
Ms. Davidson?
Thank you, sir. That reintroduction, the new first reading, will happen at the May 20th meeting. And I would propose, because we have taken action on this, that not be for possible action, and only be introduction of the ordinance at that time, with the public hearing to be at the June 3rd meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address
Commissioner
Ms. Davidson. So what we've said here today will go to the Planning Commission for their, as grist for their mill. What are we sending them?
So because the Planning Commission took prior, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Because the Planning Commission took prior action and gave an advisory opinion on this zoning text amendment back in 2018, this is a courtesy update to them. So I will be sharing with them this now amended version of the ordinance and allowing them to comment. I shouldn't say allowing, that doesn't sound right. I will be receiving their comments and compiling those comments into the report back to this commission. The board may choose to consider those comments prior to final adoption. Hopefully that made sense.
Okay, so all the work we've done prior to this, when we sent this back to you, has only been amended by one motion.
Correct. Just now, yes.
So that is basically the input that they're going to have, right? The fact that he wants 10 and 20%.
The Planning Commission will be able to comment on any portion of the ordinance, and their prior comments from 2018 will also be considered.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, point of clarification on this.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, does this now require a motion to accept this or not? We made one adjustment, but do we need to now make a motion to? What do we need to do from here, or are we done with this item?
Sam Taylor, Douglas County DA, for the record. Based upon my understanding of what has transpired up to the present, we are done with this item.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Rice, did you have a comment?
No, I was prepared to make another motion, but I think that just preempted that. So thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Item number 8, for possible action, discussion on land division application DP 20-0322, a tentative subdivision map to create 35 industrial parcels ranging in size from 1.07 acres to 6.2 acres. The project site is located at 78.7 acres at the northwest corner of Haybarn Road and Airport Road in the light industrial and A19 agriculture A19 minimum zoning district and the airport community plan. The applicant is Bentley Farms Limited Partnership, APN 1320-07-002-005, 1320-07-002-006, and 1320-08-001-011, and 1320-08-02-05, and 1320-08-002-006. Mr. Lorenzo, you have the, Mr. Moreno, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Lorenzo Mastino with Douglas County Planning, for the record. I have a brief presentation for you about this item, and then if the applicant is present or if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you. Some background on this project. The project site for this industrial subdivision is 2 properties located at the northwest corner of Hayburn Road and Airport Road. I'm about to screen share for the public. Sorry about that. And the public should be able to see right now. Sorry about that. The 2 properties are located at the northwest corner of Hayburn Road and Airport Road, and they total approximately 79 acres, and they're zoned LI, light industrial. They're also located within the airport community plan. The project design is for a 35-lot subdivision. The proposed lots ranging in size from 1.07 acres to 6.2 acres. Although the land to be subdivided is entirely contained within 2 contiguous parcels, the project actually includes off-site improvements that are going to be accommodated on 3 additional properties right next to these 2 large 79-acre parcels. And those are the off-site improvements that are going to lead to the actual subdivision via 2 access roads that we're going to be able to see shortly in the exhibit showing the map. And that's also shown on your off-site dedication attachment 4 that is part of the packet that you received. If this item is approved, within 4 years, the applicant shall file a final subdivision map for community development to review and approve. And after the recordation of the map, 1 or more parties would need to receive approval of the major design reviews for the individual structures that would be built on each of the 35 individual lots. prior to this hearing today in front of you on I am from Italy, so our months are backwards. So I'll just read this as a 4-5. It was last month. But the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee recommended approval of this project. And on 4/13 of this year, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this project through a vote of 5-1 with one member absent. And member Casey cast the nay vote for the inability to meet finding number 3, which is that the tentative subdivision map conforms to the public facilities and improvement standards contained in the development code. During the Planning Commission hearing, the Commission voted to add one additional condition to what was initially proposed in the staff report. And this new condition is requiring that the off-site drainage detention basin that was initially proposed to be on the A19 zoned portion of the site should be relocated on site and within the light industrial zoning district. The condition must be satisfied prior to the submittal of the final map application for our review. This is a map of the site. You can see the red boundary that we've drawn shows where the 35 individual lots are going to be placed, and also approximately the location of the offsite dedications, which is contained by that red boundary. You can see the light gray and the label LI is for the zoning, and the A19 in green, the surrounding parcels to the west and to the north is the ag land, with the airport property to the east across from Hebron Road, and the Meridian Business Park area in the light industrial zone to the south. This is the site layout as proposed. You can see the off-site dedications on the top part of this layout. You can see Milky Way Road as access point that comes from Hayborn. And on the west side, you can see instead towards the southwest is the Ernert Road access point. I'm highlighting here the off-site dedication that was proposed during the Planning Commission meeting, but that now would be relocated on the site prior to the final map submittal. You can see there are various ranges of lots from larger to smaller, so it does offer a variety of parcel sizes for future owners or the current owner to develop according to different needs that light industrial uses might be suitable for the area. The applicant is proposing 3 phases for the subdivision. The phase 1 final map would be recorded within 4 years. And then phase 2 and 3 for the final maps would be recorded in 2-year successions. There are 8 findings that are required for us to approve for you to approve a final tentative subdivision map. Pardon me. And they're in DCC, Douglas County Code, section 20.708.030. And I want to mention 3 of the 8, which are described in detail at page 584 and 585 of your packet, which are 3 that I think are some that stand out in terms of importance for this specific project, are that the use and density that is proposed for the subdivision conform to the master plan and the zoning districts, that there's conformance to improvement standards when we're looking at drainage, access, and other matters that are proposed with this subdivision. They do conform to what they're required to do per code. And thirdly, the phasing plan that they proposed seems acceptable to staff. Staff believes that the findings have been met and the project has been conditions. And you can read all the conditions on packet pages 585 and 591 of your packet. And these conditions would appropriately work towards the final map submittal by the applicant. This is the recommended motion the staff is proposing, but to open it up for discussion or for questions, I would put the vicinity map if you would like to have a better idea of the site. And with this, I would conclude my presentation. So please ask any questions you might want to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lorenzo. Initially, we'll open this for public comment from anybody in chambers. See none. Natalie?
Natalie Wood for the record. We have one caller. Anyone else that's on Zoom, if you'd like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. We will start with the caller. Okay, no response. And no one has raised their hand on the Zoom participants, so no public comment.
Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring this back to the board for public comment or for comment. Any of the commissioners have any comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
I have a question for, I've missed your name.
Lorenzo Mastino.
For
Thank you.
Lorenzo. Do you have access to Hayborn Road for an access point, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is an access point through Hayborn.
How about from Airport Road?
Yes, that is correct.
I understand that there was some right-of-way questions on there. It was like an 8-foot strip running down on the north side of Airport Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. Mr. Vice Chair, there is, if I could pull up a map, if you would like, I can show you. There is a strip of land that is under a different ownership than the applicants, and it's right across from the Meridian Business Park, or if you would, at the southern boundary of this project. It's kind of hard to see from this image that I just pulled up, but you're able to see where I'm hovering my arrow, possibly, if you look around one of the exits out of Meridian Business Park. And yes, that is under a different ownership, and that is why it was not included with this submittal.
Is there a requirement to have 2 access points?
Because of the number through you, Mr. Chair, Lorenzo Mastino for the record, because of the number of the lots, yes, there is a requirement to have 2 access points to the subdivision. And one, in this case, would be from the proposed access point from Airport Road, and then the other one would be from, instead, the northern point, which is the proposed Milky Way, which then would exit out of Hayborn Road.
Would there be an issue because that 8-foot strip is owned by somebody else? Is that an issue, or is that something you have to overcome?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we staff did not see that as an issue at this time. What the applicant did was working, thanks to the ownership that they have of the parcel right to the west of the 2 that we're examining for this 35 lots. They were able to provide access from a different end, and doing so overcoming the non-ownership of that strip of land on Airport Road, which would have been a constraint otherwise.
Well, I guess what I'm asking, though, is have you overcome that constraint in this proposal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we believe so in this case for this application.
I'll give you a little help on my background. I used to be in quality assurance, and we think so is not a good answer. Do you have it? It's either done or it's not done.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it does meet the findings, and yes, we believe that the findings are met and the improvements are adequate to what they're proposing.
Let me try it another way. Have you bought a piece of that 8-foot strip so that you can have access from Airport Road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps at this point I would defer to the applicant to see if they have anything to add on this matter. Would that be good?
I eagerly await.
This is Keith Rubin, for the record, R.O. Anderson Engineering, representing the owner, Bentley Family Limited Partnership. It is my understanding that Bentley Family Limited Partnership has been in contact with the owner of that 8-foot strip of land, and they have been unable to come to terms in terms of what the owner of that 8-foot strip of land thinks it's worth versus Bentley. So they're a little bit at an impasse. That's when we initially started this, we couldn't get a hold of anybody, any owner. And so initially we started the process showing the access where it is now on Airport Road. In the midst of the hearings, I would say we did finally get a hold of the owner. We being the owner, started negotiations with them, have not been able to come to a resolution in terms of price. So that's that's what's been going on.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him a couple follow-up questions?
Commissioner Tarkanian.
What's the name of the owner on the 8 strip parcel?
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd actually have to look at the assessor's records. I have not been party of those negotiations, so I'm not.
Who has been a party to those negotiations?
The representatives from Bentley.
Okay, is any of the representatives from Bentley that's been a part of those negotiations here to speak with us today?
I believe Natalie just was able to send out the invitation to Larry Vincent, and I'm not sure. I don't see him on the call yet.
Okay, so my question
Mr.
is...
Mr. Tarkanian, this is Rob Anderson with Anderson Engineering. Can I supplement Mr. Rubin's response, please?
Yeah.
Yes. So so that everybody understands that there is access afforded to Airport Road from the project, and that is that exists, and that is part of what was presented by Mr. by Lorenzo in his presentation. So there is access to Airport Road from this project. It cannot go through private property.
Mr. Anderson, I'm not disputing that. I don't think Mr. Noasad may have understood that, but I understand there is.
Okay.
And it's a little bit of a curvy road, and you had to buy it from the neighbor below you to get it. I understand all that. I guess
we did not buy it from the neighbor. We did not buy it from the Bentley owns it.
Okay. So my question to you is, who owns the 8 people? You know, when I had my meeting with the staff and the attorney, I said, who would get a land that thin of a piece of property? It's worthless unless they're trying to, use it to maybe extort something later on. Has Bentley owned this land for a long period of time?
Bentley owned this property that's the subject of this application? Is that your question?
Yeah. For how long?
I suspect Bentley's owned it for 10 to 15 years.
Okay. Did he buy it without that 8-foot strip, or did the person who owns the 8 strip buy it from Bentley?
No, the 8-foot strip has existed prior to, back when it was Milky Way Farms, owned by Herb Witt, a former county commissioner. He ran a dairy there for years. And the history of that particular property goes back to a family by the name of Thayhill, that 8-foot strip, that is. And apparently there was a bit of a dispute between the Thayhills and the Witts, And there was a resulting 8-foot, what I would consider, Mr. Tarkanian, a spite strip, 8 foot wide, that when Airport Road was acquired by the Highway Department, there was an 8-foot strip on the north side there that Fayhill refused to relinquish. Barring Mr. Witt from being able to access at that point. Bentley, however, controls the property to the west, and therefore the secondary access that Lorenzo referred to is accessed from Airport Road through Bentley's other parcel that adjoins.
Okay, so you explain why someone would buy 8-foot prop. That's good information. Thank you. I guess my last question is, does the gentleman you just mentioned who bought that 8 strip, does he still own it, or did he sell it to somebody?
No, it's still in the party that owns it today is essentially an heir of the original Fayhills.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, I like the idea of industrial growth in this area, and that brings additional tax dollars into our county without tremendous stress on our infrastructure. However, I share Commissioner Tarkanian's feelings and Mr. Noasad's feelings in regards to this access road on the west end of the property to Airport Road. And I would certainly feel much more comfortable if we had an adjacent intersection into that development, either at Meridian or the other road that's just to the east of that, so that we had somewhat of a four-way entry or intersection there. I have some questions regarding the phasing because, number one, I believe that secondary access road on the west end of the property would not be necessary if this was a smaller property of perhaps 20 parcels or 20 areas. Is that correct, Mr. Booth or Mr. Lorenzo? I mean, Mr. Mestino, right? Mestino is your last name, yeah.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, yes, under 20 lots, access requirements are different, so they would not need a secondary access point.
Okay. I've watched this board from a number of times, previous boards, approve projects with a makeshift or a pie in the sky, so to speak, secondary access road. I watched it during the Rancho Sierra project, where the original access road, secondary access road, was going to be over a bridge off of Dressler Road coming off of 88 that was not adequate to handle the truck traffic and was not an acceptable method of secondary access. This troubles me as well, and I don't like setting these types of precedences. This bothers me. So I share some concerns that my fellow commissioners share on this as well. If it was a scaled down project in 20 that only required the access from Milky Way up to Hayborn, I think we'd have a whole different animal here to look at, but those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I might, this is Keith Rubin with RO Anderson Engineering. I don't believe that 20 lots is a trigger for a secondary access on this project. The section of code that I think the staff's referring to regarding cul-de-sac streets is specific to single family. It does not mention commercial or industrial. I think the concern was more of having access for larger vehicles and a second way out, basically for the fire department access reasons. I don't know if the fire department made specific comments about this map, but the 20 lot rule is specific to residential units.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
So I didn't get an answer really, and I guess I didn't stop long enough to get the answer, and so I apologize for that. But why the phasing to the northwest corner of the property versus the northeast corner of the property that has more access to Milky Way Road? It seems to me that the phasing is out of place as well on that. Can you address that, please?
This is Rob Anderson. Mr. Mastino, could you please put up the phasing plan and share it? Yes, thank you. Was it Commissioner Gardner, was that your question? Is that correct? About the phasing?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, and now that map is a lot easier to see. So phase one
Yes, it
includes the northern portion of the property. Is that correct? And then phase two would be the center section, and then phase three would be the southeast section. Is that right?
That is correct. And so phase one achieves, and the reason it is phase one is it achieves access both from, as you can see, from Airport Road on the southwest corner, and then completes the circulation to Hayborn Road at the northeast corner. Additionally, which is not easy to see, or perhaps you don't understand it, or it's not readily understood, at least by this map, is there's a sewage lift station that's necessary because of the topography of the site sloped from east to west. So that's necessary no matter what we do and what phase, but so it must be constructed with phase one, and hence the reason why phase one is configured as is shown here.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I straighten something out, please?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I wanted to just correct what Commissioner Gardner was saying. I don't have concerns or reservations about this entrance. My question was basically, why would anybody own 8 feet of land going up and down the property that's virtually useless unless they're trying to use it to cause problems with the property owner? I just wanted to get the background on it. Mr. Anderson explained that to me. I understand completely there are 2 entrances and it satisfies that, so I don't have those concerns.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none. Anyone care to bring a motion forward?
I'll make a motion that we approve this agenda item. I don't have the language in front of me. Let me read it, I'll make a motion to approve application DP 20-0322, a tentative subdivision map to create 35 industrial parcels ranging in size from 1.07 acres to 6.2 acres.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 All opposed, nay.
Nay.
We have 2 in favor and 3 opposed. The motion does not carry. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. It looks like that easement is a big consideration, because that can come back and hurt the county. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Rob Anderson on behalf of the applicant.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. So that easement is in theory, the county, if you believe that that is necessary to access this development, it is available by eminent domain. But as a private property owner, our client does not have the ability to exercise eminent domain, but the county would. I would just remind all parties for the record that this property is zoned for this particular use. As pointed out by staff, it meets all the findings. And we have an intervening property owner that, we have demonstrated that we have the ability to meet the 2 accesses and provide circulation utilities. And at this point, really, if the board's concern truly is that we need access to match up with the entrance into Meridian Business Park, that is a matter of eminent domain. And that could be conditioned and subject to the county, exercising that right that it has for a public purpose. If you believe that, you certainly have the opportunity to make that. But to deny an application where an owner has two legitimate access points the only basis, or appears from the record to be, that we don't have ability to cross up what is essentially a spite strip, that seems to be lacking a significant foundation, really. And with all due respect, I understand the concern, and believe me, the Bentley parties have been working diligently to do it. However, being a spite strip and an owner attempting to extort, using a word that was used earlier today, additional sums of money for a property that is literally unbuildable under any circumstance by Douglas County Code, is just egregious, frankly. And I recognize that you have taken an action, but honestly, it's our client does not have an ability to achieve that access that you've asked us to at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Anderson. However, at this time, I would like to go on the record as indicating that I concur with Planning Commissioner Casey's finding in regards to the failure to meet finding number 3, and also out of public safety and health concerns for the county's residents. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I go on the record, please?
This item has been voted on, and there's really no further discussion because it's been decided.
I only asked because you allowed the other commissioner to do so.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to go on the record and say I agree with what Mr. Anderson said. What we have done now with this vote is we have made the owner of the 8-foot parcel, which is virtually useless, able to extort from a person who has the right zoning to build a project that is advantageous to the community. We have put him in a position that he's going to have to either pay extortion money, which we're then being a party to, or not do the project. I think it was a wrong decision.
Mr. Chairman, I think the word extort is out of place here. The person who bought the 8-foot strip paid money for that to do with as he pleases. And if they don't want to take a 40-foot section of that 8-foot and pay for it, then I have nothing else to say.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good day.
Okay. Moving on to the county manager.
I think so.
For possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2021-1581, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Douglas County, Nevada, of its general obligation limited tax water bonds, additionally secured by the pledge revenue, Series 2021A and Series 2021B, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $16,500,000 for the purpose of the financing improvement to the Cave Rock water system or other water projects, providing for the terms and conditions thereof, and convenience and conveyance or covenants, retaining to the payment of the said bond and providing for the effective date hereof. Second reading. Terry Willoughby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Terry Willoughby for the record. This item was introduced at the last board meeting. These are the state revolving fund loans that are issued in the form of a bond, as was mentioned earlier on the approval of the contract. This item was heard by and approved by the Debt Management Commission on December 8th, 2020. On December 17th, 2020, the board adopted Resolution 2020-R-124, a resolution of intent to issue the general obligation bonds after it was approved by the Debt Management Commission. On January 21st, 2021, the Board of County Commissioners held a statutorily required public hearing on the proposed debt issuance. On April 15th, the board introduced Ordinance 2021-1581 authorizing the issuance of the bond, and public notice has been completed appropriately. And at this time, we are asking for the board's approval to adopt Ordinance 2020-1581. This would be the last step to authorize the issuance of the debt, and this would be a 20-year bond. As I noted, it was approved by the county's Debt Management Commission, and it is a good way to stretch our resources out over the life of the asset. And be happy to answer any questions. I believe the last interest rate we were quoted was 1.42%, which is a historically low interest rate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Willoughby. We'll now open this up for public comment. Anyone from the audience? Seeing none. Natalie, do you have anybody online?
Natalie Wood for the record. We do have participants through Zoom. If you would like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. We do have one caller. I'll start with them. Do you have public comment for this item? Okay, no response, and then no raised hand, so no public comment on Zoom.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt Ordinance 2021-1581, authorizing the issuance of water bonds in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $16,500,000 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. I also wanted to mention that the state revolving fund loan also comes with principal forgiveness, so it's a great deal.
Okay, we have a
Mr. Chair, can I make a quick
correction item? Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm sorry I didn't get an opportunity to do this previously, and I should have maybe just kind of butted in. But in essence, for a motion to have effect, it needs to be a positive motion. In other words, a motion taking action. A motion to deny is not a motion to take action. So on the case of the Bentley Industrial Park, we would ask for a motion to deny the application, because the motion originally was to approve the application, and that was just voted down. So what you needed, in my opinion, is a motion to deny. Does that make sense?
So to correct the record?
It's to create the record, yes. Because a positive action or affirmative action is what is required. You're taking action.
So,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so we have to back up and punt here. Do we need to put forth
Just
a motion?
need a motion to deny would be sufficient, and then a second, and then a vote on the said motion.
Going back to item 8, we'd have to put forth a motion to deny and have a second and then vote.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Gardner?
at this time, I move to deny the land division application DP 200322, a tentative subdivision map to create 35 industrial parcels ranging in size from 1.07 acres to 6.2 acres on the basis of a failure to meet finding number 3 and out of public safety and health concerns.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have, it's a 3-2 vote. The motion carries.
Okay.
Moving on to item 10. For possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislature issues proposed by the legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report included with the board packet. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates. So we are coming around the back bend, if you will, for the legislative session. We have less than 30 days left of the 120-day session. A couple of important deadlines that are coming up. The next big deadline is May 14th. That is the deadline for bills to pass out of the committee in the second house. And then there's also a deadline on May 26th. That is the deadline for budget bills to be introduced, which doesn't involve a lot of public input, but also for exempt bills to come from committee. So several bills get granted exemptions from deadlines for various reasons. They still need to come from those committees by the 26th. And then May 31st is supposed to be the last day of session, so we are almost there. Yeah, not soon enough. Yes, sir. The first item I wanted to talk about, as usual, is where we're at with China Spring and the proposed $1.25 million budget cut in the governor's budget. I'll just recap a little bit. It's a little bit of I've talked about this before, but originally this is a 71% cut in state funding. It's approximately 25 to 30% overall cut to China Spring budget. Originally, we worked to offer a counter proposal. That was a joint effort between myself, folks at NACO, and Judge Young. We proposed a 12% reduction instead of 71%. We also agreed to form an interim working group of all the participating 16 counties to try to work through some issues and hopefully get the counties in a position where they'd be willing to pick up some of that expense or other funding formulas. But there are a few concerns with some of the counties about various issues with the camp. And so we committed to that. That was soundly rejected by the leadership and the money committees. We came back, well, actually NACO came back with an alternative proposal to phase the 71% cut over 3 years. So it would be 23.5% next year, 47% the next year, and then the full 71% the following year. And again, a commitment to work in an interim committee on that with the hopes that we could find additional funding sources or make other changes to the camp before the legislature reconvened. We just heard back, I guess it was late last week, we heard back that also is not acceptable to the money committees. What we were told is that they are making significant cuts throughout Department of Health and Human Services to many other social service programs besides China Spring, and that they are not restoring any of those. They are looking at the federal ARPA funds, the American Recovery Plan Act funds, as possible add-backs, but they're not going to do that in this legislative session. They have decided that they're going to hold a special session. We still don't have Treasury guidance. There's still a lot of uncertainty about how those funds could be used. It's unclear when they would convene that special session. I've heard various rumors ranging from June to September of when they might reconvene that. So it does look like it will probably be closed with the whole 71% budget cut, which is obviously very significant and troubling for us and for China Spring. There's a couple of ways that could change. I do know that the Department of Health and Human Services submitted their short list of add-back requests to the governor, and China Spring was on that list. Whether they'll make a restoration, I don't know, but there's some hope there that they may. The Economic Forum just met earlier this week. The Economic Forum is the body that sets the revenue targets that the budget has to be balanced to. From when the governor put together his budget to what the legislature has to balance to, they have another $586 million to work with in the general fund. That's pretty significant. That's over 2 years, but they do have some more money to work with. So perhaps there's still a possibility that they might make some restoration there. The meeting before the full money committee to decide the China Spring budget, or rather the Child and Family Services budget, which includes the China Spring cut, I had heard was going to be scheduled for tomorrow. However, as of this morning, it's not posted. So I don't know if they're going to delay it or not. I don't know. I'm hoping that maybe they are going to delay it, and maybe that's a good sign that they're rethinking this, but I don't know that to be true. At this point in time, it looks like those cuts are going to be to go through. So what NACO has done is they have taken that proposal of phasing the cuts over 3 years and have sent it to the whole committee in preparation for this hearing, and have asked them to consider China Spring when they hold a special session to make some restorations. In the meantime, we've been working with NACO behind the scenes to get this working group set up as quickly as possible. That will go to the NACO board this month for approval to have NACO lead that effort. I think it's very important to have NACO in a leadership role in that decision making, because NACO's basically whole purpose is to try to find consensus among counties, and they're pretty darn good at that. And so we've got 16 counties that need to come together and decide what they're willing and able to do to support China Spring. I know there's a lot of support among the counties, but there are some programmatic issues and some things they want to sort through first, and they want to look at all kinds of alternatives of how the camp could be funded. The way the law works, if the legislature were so inclined, they could approve China Spring's budget and this cut, and it would automatically be paid for by all the other counties. But they've agreed not to do that. The counties want to voluntarily have their assessments increase, and I'm hopeful that this process, excuse me, with this working group will lead to that. So we'll see how that goes. We've been meeting with Wendy Garrison about her budget and how we configure that. We do not want to make any changes to the budget that you guys have approved. That did include a decrease to Medicaid funding over the base budget, a slight decrease. We saw that recovering. We don't want to change that before you approve final budgets, because the legislature won't be done before you do that, and it's not over yet. We will probably be coming back with some budget amendments as soon as we know for sure what's going on. And I'm hopeful that we get some word on our own ARPA funds as well. And that is, I've already put that on the table with all the other 16 counties, that if nothing else is a bridge for the next year, that may be something that we can do. As far as, concerns that counties may have with the camp, I know Wendy's doing a great job. She hired a consultant to work with all the counties, to talk about the programming, to see what concerns they have. I've seen a little bit of some of the comments that have been provided from the JPOs, and in my opinion, I think they're fairly mild. I think it's an issue of communication. I think the camp needs to do a better job of communicating with them. They have an advisory board, but they only meet twice a year, and they have a fairly limited role. And I think they desire to have more of a role and have more reporting and that sort of thing. There are some issues about, is it a boot camp or a treatment program? Some of the write-ups from case managers sound a little too militaristic for some of the counties, and some of those types of comments. But that'll give us a good base point to start with this working group and get all the JPOs together with the leadership from the counties and the judges and work through those issues. And I'm hopeful that we can make whatever changes are necessary to make all 16 counties happy and get some commitments to help fill this funding gap. So not good news, but it's not over yet, and we're continuing to proceed. Any questions on China Spring before I move on?
Mr. Cates, what is the status of the CARES Act money that's supposed to be coming?
So it's not CARES Act anymore, it's ARPA, American Recovery Plan Act. We haven't seen federal guidance. I forget the timeline. They were supposed to get it within 60 days of passage, so I expect it this month. And I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date. I should have that off the top of my head.
Okay, but in any case, this entire shortfall for the China Spring operation has been exacerbated by the COVID events, because the state has not gotten the revenue to be able to back up the operation out there. So it seems like it would be justified that some of that money would be able to go to China Spring.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I agree with that. In fact, the request that went to Health and Human Services, that went to the governor, was based on lost Medicaid revenue because of COVID specifically. But we don't have federal guidance yet. It seems like it should apply, but until we get that specific guidance, we don't have any clarity in how we can use the funds.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any comments?
One question, not on this topic, but HR 88, the siren, I'm sorry? AB 88, any kind of 88 that has to do with the siren. Is that going anywhere? I know that Minden has said they will not silence the siren, period. Is that bill, that was an amendment to the bill, but any word on that at all?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I haven't seen any movement on that. So this bill's already been in the Assembly, and it's now in the Senate. And when it had its first hearing in the Senate, this amendment regarding sirens was presented. It has not been voted on by the committee. There has not been a workshop. So they still have to vote on that. And if they vote on that with that amendment, they're going to have to go back to reconciliation with the other house and get some concurrence on that language. So they've got some hurdles. They still have time. Like I said, the May 14th deadline to get them out of committee. We'll see where that goes.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments?
No, I just want, are there any other bills that would directly affect us that are troublesome, Mr. Cates?
I just wanted to mention an update on AB 363. I'd sent out a written update to the board members previously, but for the benefit of the public, AB 363 was the bill that revised provisions governing transient lodging. It dealt with short-term rentals, as we know and love as vacation home rentals. The original bill as drafted required every county in the state to have ordinances for short-term rentals, and it prohibited counties from prohibiting them. And it spelled out a whole bunch of specificity of what the county ordinances have to have in them. All the counties were very concerned about that, especially the rurals. We're probably the only rural that has any significant VHR program at all. So I personally worked very hard on this bill with NACO, spent a lot of time lobbying that and working with the Resort Association. The Resort Association was supporting this bill. They're a very big player in the legislature, so that was a lot to overcome. But I'm happy to report that we overcame all of that. And she, Assemblywoman Nguyen, the sponsor of the bill, submitted an amendment to make it a Clark County only bill. And I can tell you, Douglas County, myself, and Washoe County and NACO were point on that, and we got some of the biggest lobbyists in the state to agree to that, and the legislature agree to that. So I think that's a big win. There'll be no provisions that apply to any county other than Clark. The one thing that is a little concerning for us is the Assemblywoman said that it is her intent to come back next session to address all the other counties. And, you know, that from their perspective, a couple of concerns are making sure that short-term rentals are on a level playing field with other lodging establishments and are paying TOT. That's kind of one of their big issues. There's also some provisions about how far they can be away from unrestricted gaming license establishments. So I think there's a little bit intent there to protect casinos. So we'll see what comes in the next session. But what we've got now is a bill that was very bad for us and now doesn't apply to us at all, thanks to our efforts. So I'm happy with that.
Mr. Chair, I had an additional question.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. Cates, I really appreciate your efforts on that, and I was involved in the NACO meetings and was very appreciative of the support we got out of all the partners within NACO to make that a Clark County only bill. As I understand it also, the Senate Bill 322 that referred to VHRs and all those restrictions and taking all of that TOT and TLLT tax to the state, that bill is dead. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's good. So basically we've dodged a bullet in both of those.
The only other bill I wanted to make mention of is SB 150. This is the bill that relates to tiny houses. And at our last meeting, the board voted to oppose this bill. And I do want to apologize to the committee. I don't think I did a very good job of informing you on where that bill was at. It was not one that I had been actively tracking before it was brought before this. I definitely should have done a better job on that. When the bill first came out, it applied to all counties. It had a lot of provisions about allowing tiny houses, which is defined as like under 400 square feet. Typically, they're like a mobile home on a chassis, but they can be stick-built as well. There was a lot of opposition among counties. However, on the Senate side, it was amended by the sponsor. They had a major amendment. For rural counties, they changed it so that a county could address tiny houses in 3 different ways. You could designate a tiny house park, like a mobile home park, or you could designate them as accessory dwellings, or you could designate them as single family. So it gave you options. You just had to pick at least one place in the county where you could designate them. That satisfied all the opposition. Our staff at Community Development provided input to our lobbyists, Walker and Associate, and when it was in the Senate, our lobbyist testified as neutral on the bill and appreciated the amendment. We felt it was something that we could work with. NACO as well was neutral on this bill, and there was literally nobody opposed to the bill, no testimony in opposition. It was passed out of the Senate after our last meeting, and it had its first hearing in the Assembly this morning. And I did send out a written notice to the board members yesterday to let you know where this stood. I did not testify on that bill. I thought it would be very imprudent to testify against the bill after our lobbyist had testified as neutral. And it's always very bad form to testify against a bill after saying nothing when it was in the other house. So I think it's pretty harmless. I think there's a number of ways that the county could deal with this. If the desires of the boards or this board is to very much limit tiny houses, there's a multitude of ways that we could address it that would do minimal amount of harm. For instance, we could look at existing trailer parks and say they are suitable for tiny houses. We also have current code that talks about accessory dwellings, and we could say those are tiny houses and they have to conform to our code. So there's ways that we can address this that really can be harmless to the county if we don't want to see a bunch of tiny home communities sprouting up.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to be proactive in this regard, and so I would suggest we have our planning department start looking at the implications of this and how, if we're forced to, how we can fit it into our current plan, so to speak. So I just think that's a prudent thing to do, is to try to get on top of it early, you know.
For the record, Patrick Cates, absolutely. I've been talking to Sam Booth about this, and he has lots of ideas of how we could address it. I do have maybe a question for this board about how we proceed. Assuming that passes, would it be your desire to have the Planning Commission work on that and then bring something forward to the board, or do you want to have a general discussion about it before they dig into it?
Mr. Chairman, I for one would prefer to see the Planning Commission look at it first and see what kind of resolution they can come up with, and then go from there.
I concur with Commissioner Rice.
Commissioner Gardner?
I think that's the appropriate process. Yeah, thank you.
How up to speed is planning on tiny homes?
Very much up to speed. Like I said, staff, by staff I mean Sam Booth, was providing input to Steve Walker that helped develop our testimony. He's done research on it in other jurisdictions. He's got ideas. There's 5 different ways we could skin this cat.
Okay, any comments? Mr. Cates, thank you for the update. I think we're pretty well informed, even if we're unhappy. So, once again, thank you for the information and your efforts. Moving on to item 11, presentation only, reports, updates from county commissioners, members concerning the various boards and commissions that they may be a member of or liaison to. Any comments from any of the commissioners and the boards they're on?
Commissioner Nosad, no comment.
I'd like to report that through the LTVA and the TDVA, they have already contracted with Spectra, who will be running the event center. Excuse me. And the construction is again underway. We expect completion of the event center by the end of '22. And it'll be up and operating by early '23.
Commissioner Gardner?
Just a quick comment. The Parks and Recreations Commission that I'm a part of took an opportunity to do a float down from Catlebraw Bridge up to up to, well, they were planning on going to Carson River Park, and without water, it's hard to navigate kayaks. So they were trying to navigate that, did it as well as they could, at times had to get out and pull their kayaks over the rocks that were open without water. So that's just a further indication of the severe shortage of water we're gaining out of the Sierras due to the lack of snowfall this last season. Other than that, the other thing it's really been a pleasure to have our staff here and presenting to us, and it continues to be extremely difficult to listen to members of the public and others making presentations via Zoom, making that an extremely difficult process of paying attention to them. And so I would hope that we can get back to having everybody that comes forward to us be able to do so in person. So, thank you.
Mr. Cates, do you have anything? There's been a committee formed. It's not one of the things that we're assigned to to research the potential for an event called Gamblers Fly-In. We have two great assets here in the county. They have the airport and we have the casinos. They're already here. And the casinos at Lake Tahoe are the Monaco of the United States. So the intent here would be to have people invited who have airplanes to fly in from all over the U.S. to have like a 3-day event up at the casinos with various things. And it's pretty much exploratory, but there seems to be some enthusiasm about it. So this is in the nascent stages, and we'll see where this goes. LTVA is working on it. Lisa Granahan is working on it. Mr. Cates is involved with, we've got several people who participated in the initial meeting, and they all seem to be enthusiastic about it. There doesn't seem to be any impediment because we have the assets in place. So with that, we'll close with public comment. Is there any public comment from the audience? I'm sorry? Yes.
Jerry Turner. Continuing, the money barons, elite cult controlling law, judges, business, corporations, countries, federal, state, county, city, towns, corptocracies, government by corporation under the Roman law of lex fori, codes and statutes illegally since the Act of 1871, and subcorporations, through illegal laws and grants bribery used by criminals, which is already our own money with strings attached on us, the public. Government criminal bribery from the top down by government agencies, non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, and foundations. Money barons controlling agencies, educational system, money supply, grants with strings attached, government losses in lawsuits by non-governmental organizations, the intent, e.g. George Soros, NGOs. Money barons control military, FEMA, the now military, state, and local police. No More Comitatus Act, violation of the Constitution, controlled through incentives, and by unconstitutional executive orders. Executive orders or for the executive department only. We have no kings. Presidents and governors are not kings and no authority as such. The Council on Foreign Relations trying to create a king, Congress, executive, judicial, and media all in one place in membership under one authority. A king stated by John Adams and James Madison, author of the U.S. Constitution. The police, state, and local police incentives are controlled through incentives of higher pay, military equipment, bribery grant programs, etc. All illegal for the money barons, unbroken full control. Money barons agenteurs, criminally controlling and putting in all programs, laws, and resources in towns, cities, counties, state, and federal bureaucracies to accomplish money baron ends. United Nations control of all local communities and associations, cities, counties, regions, voiding existing previous political boundaries. Political boundaries, parentheses, the Constitution cannot be overridden legally by a treaty, parentheses. A one world governance of a king depot dictatorship of the most evil kind, all illegal under the Constitution, e.g. COVID-19, be continued in the next public comment.
Mr. Chairman, before we go, is Danny still on the air? Danny, we got the news that one of your children had been analyzed for COVID. No? HIPAA. Never mind.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Wait, sir, we need to do public comment through Zoom.
Do we have any comment by Zoom?
Natalie Wood, for the record, do we have any participants through Zoom that would like to provide public comment at this time? Please raise your hand. Okay, now we have no further public comment.
In that case, it is declared that this meeting is over.